Don't hesitate.
Hey everybody, it's Will. Welcome back to another episode of Creators Outlet. It's the Monday night talk and draw. Our friend Shawn Howe is joining us this evening as he wrestled with some kind of holding equipment to make the camera look down upon the drawing of his.
I had to MacGyver this stuff, man.
You know. Hey, you get a little chewing gum and some paper clips and it's all good.
Duct tape and prayer.
That always works, and then they get away and break themselves out of the trunk. But stuff happens. So I want to welcome everybody listening over on ageofradio.org. Obviously, since it's a talk and draw tonight and Shawn is making with the art, make sure you come over to Creators Outlet on YouTube and watch all the nifty stuff that he'll be drawing and stuff we'll be talking about tonight. And we are also on the NSC Roadshow for podcasts. Okay, that's all I had to say. Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, no pressure whatsoever. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I gotta somehow look like I know what I'm doing for a bunch of people.
Well, you were in the Cobra shirt, so that's a start,
I have to represent, man, and it's funny. I was grocery shopping earlier, and somebody just kind of looked at my shirt and just kept staring at it, and they're like, "Oh." I was like, "What the hell did you think it was?" Man? But, but it's always nice to find fellow geeks out there. I like the fact that being a geek is kind of cool now.
Yeah.
Although you want to look at people and go, "Look, you didn't get picked on in school for this, so you don't get to be a part of it."
Yeah, it's like you're a pretender. You just started this, when the MCU started up. I've been doing this crap my whole life.
Yeah.
You can see the X-rays where my jaw's been broken a couple of times, but
Oh yeah. Oh.
So we're used to seeing all your really awesome painted stuff, but as Shawn was telling us in the pre-show, there's two of us. There's him and me. It's just me. So
I mean, you may have multiple personalities.
Well, fuck yeah, I do.
Absolutely.
But he said he's taking a break from the painted stuff, and if you're following Shawnzilla on Facebook, you would have seen the awesome Debbie Harry from Blondie. He just finished the other day.
Thank you.
I knew who it was, and I was gonna say something, but like 5 other people already, caught on and got it. I'm like, okay.
Well, I started to get a little worried because I usually pride myself on catching a likeness, and going, you can always look at, if I draw Slash from Guns N' Roses, although that's not exactly the best example because the top hat and the hair kind of give that one away. Yeah. But if I draw somebody, I try to get that likeness just right because otherwise I'm just screwing around. And so I decided just to make sure, see how this is going. I'm like, if you can guess who this is, the first person who guesses it will get a free print. Who doesn't like free stuff, you know?
I don't know
And
anybody that doesn't.
I've never found anybody that didn't like free stuff, but it's also a good way for me to gauge if it looks right. Because after you've stared at something for 4 to 6 hours, you don't even know what it looks like anymore. You're just like, lines. Um, but it's a good way for me to gauge what's going on with it and if it's coming across right. And I started to get worried because people are guessing like Pink and Priscilla Presley and stuff like that. Oh crap! You know,
No, man,
that,
I don't even remember what Priscilla Presley looks like.
well, whatever she did look like, she sure as hell doesn't look like it now.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, but
I did catch a couple of videos of the recent videos that were done, like the last few years, of the king's daughter out there singing, and oh yeah, she's definitely got his voice.
oh yeah,
You can hear his inflection in her voice. It's great.
dude. She had put out a video, gosh, probably 20 years ago, and I hate saying stuff like 20 years ago because it makes me sound really old. But even though I am. But yeah, she had put out this video, and I was just like, God, man, she's extremely hot, and then you see nothing else from her. Because, I mean, prior to that, the only thing I can really remember seeing of her was when she had married Michael Jackson for a minute.
Yeah.
But it's kind of nice to sometimes draw the real people, especially when you've been inundated with Galaxy Far, Far Away and X-Men
Mm.
and stuff like that for the most recent projects. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's still fun to. I'll still like cruise, scroll through and you know watch music videos and go back to the '80s, and I got all my stuff back somewhere buried in all the boxes behind me. Is my original DJ rig from like 30 years ago.
jeez.
I've got a milk crate with four of those huge CD album holder things.
Oh yeah.
I got like four of those things full, and they're in a milk crate, and I'm like, I almost can't lift the damn thing.
Jeez. Yeah. At one point during my misspent youth, I worked at a music store, and it was a Blockbuster Music, and man, we had just crazy amounts of import releases and bootlegs, not bootleg stuff, but it's just hard to find stuff. And I swear, I at one point had about 4,000 CDs. Man, it was just crazy.
No,
Because
I have way more than that.
yeah, well, I have none of them anymore because I made the mistake of marrying somebody, and yeah, of course, it's like, oh, you got to get rid of your stuff, blah blah blah. So now I'm in the mode of trying to recapture all of that.
Recapture all your youth.
Yeah, recapture some of the rebuild the collections, rebuild the action figure collections and the comic books and stuff like that. Basically everything that I had to get rid of, because you do that kind of thing when you're young and stupid.
Yeah, it's like, I'm in love. Get rid of your stuff. Well, too bad this didn't work out. Give me the ring back.
Exactly, exactly. Well, I mean, it happens to the best of us. I mean, like, didn't Nicolas Cage sell all his comics because he had married somebody and they were like, you need to grow up. So
I'm like, no,
yeah, there is no grow up.
no.
Which is
It's
great
like,
because like especially anytime I'm having a bad day, I can really just look at it and say, I'm getting paid to draw comic book stuff. So, 17-year-old Shawn is like, yes, we have officially succeeded.
Well, 17-year-old me was very, very ecstatic for like 35 years. Because for about 35 years, I was DJing in strip clubs.
Yeah, I bounced in strip clubs for about 7, and I tell people it's definitely not like it is in the movies.
Nope.
And that's a good thing.
No, because if a bouncer hits you, if you're starting up and you want to throw hands and if a bouncer hits you at a strip club, you don't like bounce up off the floor and keep like throwing hands because you're usually out cold.
Oh yeah, I always liked the guys that would start shit in the club. They were funny. It's like, dude, can you not count? What do you mean? It's like, well, you're not really just messing with me. You're messing with me and that guy and that guy and that guy and that guy and that guy. So you start doing the math.
And two guys out in front.
Yeah. This isn't going to work out for you. But
well, it was funny because the city that I worked at, the last club I was at, the owner was friendly with like a lot of the local PD because he had, even prior to him owning a gentleman's club, he owned a nightclub. That was a nightclub like for like 18 years prior to that. So he was always hiring the cops for special duty and stuff. And I was informed by one of the other, because I was the DJ, but if something happened in the middle of the club, I still jump out of the booth and jump in because what otherwise what fun is that?
Right.
Well, okay, yeah, naked girls give me money at the end of the night, but besides that, but I had
Isn't that just the best thing too? I mean, not only do you have a hell of a view all night long, but they're giving you money. Tip out at the end of the night. You're just like, hell yeah.
You just shake your head because there are always the ones that would give you, a lot of places, minimum tip out from a dancer to the DJ is like $10. So they're sitting there counting out like 10 ones to give you, and I'm like, oh. And then you have like, if there's like, 50, 60 girls on, and then you have like, like 8 to 10 of them that all give you like 20s, 2 20s, a 50, and then the drunk girl that gives you a C note. And then the manager walks up to you and goes, "Yeah, I'll take that. She's too drunk. I'll be right back with your $10." I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, I get that. I used to tell the guys, especially when we get new guys, because they're like, I don't want to carry her bags, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, you do. You really do want to carry her bags. Yeah. Help her get her stuff out to her car. Make sure that the creeps aren't still hanging around. It's part of your job. But what city were you working in, man?
Providence, Rhode Island.
Okay.
But what was funny is they would we didn't have a lot of fights when I was there, but every once in a while you get a couple like knockdown dragouts. Usually like late on a Saturday night, with a couple of bachelor parties start fighting in the VIP or something,
Oh yeah.
And
people just come in and it's you can almost just tell it's about to happen.
Yeah, and the cops would sit there and once they attack, once one of them would attack us, we could lay hands on them, and the cops would just sit there and do nothing.
Oh yeah.
And just watch these guys get their asses beat, and they get like dragged out the front door and tossed out onto the curb in front of the club. And then they look at the cops and like, what the hell, man? I want to press charges. Well, sir, I have to tell you, it's illegal for me to take a statement from a person who is intoxicated.
Nice.
Then they would get in their car. They'd pull like halfway down the side street because we were like, 40 feet away from the main road. And they get like halfway up like this little side street, and one of the special duty officers would call the one that was sitting down right at the entrance to the main street.
Oh, get him with that DUI.
Yeah, it'd be like, whoop. The really stupid ones are the ones that would, start a fight like on a Friday night. Like if they were open like this past holiday, if somebody started a fight on a Friday night, they eventually, after catching a beating, they would be arrested, processed, and then not held in lockup, but sent to the local prison until Tuesday morning because Monday's a holiday.
Jesus.
It's like, good luck.
Yeah. I hope this works out for you, but I know it's not gonna. So, yeah.
Well, you all have fun telling Bub about the rabbits.
Yeah, good times. I use it as kind of a cautionary tale for my kids. Yeah, it's like, hey, listen, don't go. Stay home and play Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stay home, play Xbox. Go outside with some soda and hang out with your friends at the fire pit, the backyard, and
definitely just stay home. It's cheaper.
You'll have more fun and you'll have more money.
Exactly. My favorite expression in the clubs was you may not get laid, but you certainly will get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was in the Memphis area. And
fun.
Memphis is a world into itself. Trust me, it's crazy. But I mean, every place is. But Memphis is definitely it's definitely a different animal.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot of fun. I started DJing when I was like 18, 19. Then I made the mistake of going to school for it. And I'm like, and then I realized, well, I gotta, because I was thinking of getting back into TV too, and doing production work and everything. And I wanted to work, in radio. So I figured, well, there's some other stuff besides saying, well, I'm a DJ, that I would have to learn. And then I found out that I would have to intern for free for years and years and years. And if they didn't like you, they would just let you keep interning for free.
Right.
And,
forever.
It's like a free workforce. I'm like, I go, no. So I opted out and I graduated early and just, went on my way. I was DJing at the local roller rink. So I used to be able to walk, and it was up like in one of those crow's nest things. So,
oh yeah,
it was even funnier because even if I could walk now, uh, there would be no way for me to fit through the door. Like those videos you see on YouTube with the really ginormous fat cat trying to get through the pet door and it's
Yeah.
stuck halfway through. Yeah, that would be me.
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm right there with you, man. I think about where I was when physically when I was in the clubs, and I'm like, there's no way in hell now. Age
Yeah,
gets to us,
yeah.
you know.
I started when I started working the clubs. I was proud the first club of that kind that I started working at. I was probably like 220, 225.
Yeah.
And I was working I was working like multiple jobs at the time because I'd always take something that was above board and work
Oh, yeah.
extra hours and stuff because like all the small clubs wouldn't pay that much and you'd only get
And they pay you under the table.
yeah.
Yeah. Got to have something for tax purposes.
Yeah. Well, they would pay me like a shift pay, like in a check, but like all my tips were like all, it's like,
Yeah. They're all cash.
yeah. Are you gonna claim your tips? No, that's the whole point of them being tips.
Exactly.
It's like
It's funny. I
here's
got a
the check for
19.
the money that I earned, and all this. People just gave me money to play music, so I took it.
Yeah, it was a gift.
Yeah.
I
Like
got a
I.
daughter who my daughter's looking at like starting to wait tables and stuff.
Mm,
And I'm trying to explain to her how tips work because she's 19, she doesn't really know, but she's gonna figure it out real quick, I promise.
yeah, they don't know, but they think they know everything,
Exactly.
much as we did.
Oh yeah, no, there's not a day that goes by I don't tell my dad. It's like, damn, dude, you were right.
Yeah, I wish my mother wasn't gone so I could like just call her up to apologize every day.
Oh yeah, I'm with you there.
So
I
but
promise this is actually gonna look like something by the time I'm done with it.
yeah, just we're using some pencil, and then Copic over.
Yeah, I do a loose pencil first. Then usually I don't, and this always throws people off. I don't usually do inking until after I put the Copic and the like Tombos and stuff like that in. I'll do those real rough, and then I'll just kind of refine them from there. And then especially on like faces, I
Hmm.
don't ink at all until it's pretty much the skin tones are put in. Because for some odd reason, I have the world's worst luck with pens, even if I'm not using one of these crap pens. I'm using, like a Stapler fine liner or even a Copic pen. I'll always find the one that, I'm going over it with like a light skin tone and it'll smudge it and smudge it all over the place. And, next thing you know, Black Widow's got a Sam Elliott mustache. And you're like, son of a bitch, you know? And so, I mean, I've just kind of gotten to where I'll, I'll just kind of, I guess, bring it into focus as I go. Like with this right here, I'm just kind of building these, blue reflections in his armor. God bless him for having a mask on. I don't have to worry about drawing his face, but you know, it just had to be the shiny ass armor. So
Hmm.
yeah, and as much as I love the Copics, and I do, and I mean, you can kind of see how organized I am here. I'm just throwing everything all over the place because I'm working with it. I love these Tombow dual brush pens because I mean they work like a watercolor and they don't blend with the Copics.
Oh, nice.
So if I put down some gray, I don't have to worry about the Copic, smudging it and everything else. Um, Occasionally, the black will give me problems, with And if I use like a black to fill in, if I was going to fill in this little part of his mask with the black, occasionally if I don't like let it dry or whatever like that, then and I went over it with Copic, it would smudge it just a little. So most of the time in that case, I'll end up doing that part of it, but I might add Sharpie over it to keep it from smudging. Yeah, one of my MacGyver hacks. But,
Oh, what's life without MacGyver hacks?
dude, I'm saying, I wouldn't know what to do without it.
Yeah, I know. Like when I landed in the hospital like 5 years ago, I died, but it was just a flesh wound. Um, and yeah, I said that. Well, I did that little accent, bad English accent there. Well, in that same line when I was interviewing a couple of guys that work on they're doing Vortex 2.0,
Uh-huh.
but they work for John Carpenter's comic company.
Oh yeah.
And I said that, and you know, I was only talking to one of them at the time, and he busted out loud. He goes, "Wow, I haven't heard that in forever." I go, "Oh, really? You should watch US cable because you'll find that movie like on like all the time."
All the time. But there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
No.
there's certain things, because I mean, believe me, there's things that come on all the time that I can't stand to watch. I mean, that's why I ended up just getting rid of cable to begin with, because it's like, why am I going to pay $200 a month for shit I don't even watch?
Oh yeah.
Um,
You buy your Wi-Fi and then you just you stream stuff. I canceled like all my streaming.
you did?
Yep.
Did you get a Fire Stick and get it jailbroken?
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say I don't want you to incriminate yourself or anything, but yeah.
Well, I got a Fire Stick, but I've got I downloaded and put Roku on there because I've got a small Roku TV, but
Uh-huh.
it's on a windowsill buried behind like this warehouse of stuff, and I got like all kinds of toys and action figures and comics and books, like you know, honest to goodness, like actual books.
Yeah.
Only pictures on the covers. So like every like hour, you have to like turn back and like look at the cover of the book. Turn what the hell you reading? Oh yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. It's not what I was
Um,
picturing in my mind. But so I downloaded Roku. That's what I've been watching. Classic Magnum PI all day, and then had the odd thought that John Hillerman in Magnum, who played Higgins,
yeah.
um, looks remarkably a lot like Hitler.
You know what? I thought that too. I was like, they could have they could have only gotten away with that in the '80s, because I'm sure somebody would have cancel cultured them over that
Oh,
now.
okay. Oh, I hate the cancel culture crap.
Dude, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's okay to drop an F bomb, right?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, good.
Because when this gets transferred over to Age of Radio later on, I just I just I just I just pulled down a drop box that says not family friendly or something.
Okay. Well,
It's got
I've come to
a
realize
clean or
that
dirty filter, just so they can be warned.
yeah, as long as you let people know on the front end, I think it's okay. Yeah. I'm a parent, so I use the word fuck like a comma. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have to worry about that. My daughter tonight let me know in no uncertain terms she doesn't want me to be her father anymore. I'm like, okay, see ya.
Oh, lovely.
I'm like, she decided to have a fight with me about something, and uh, she's a typical teenager of 2020. They're really good at shit talking, but they're not good at backing up anything.
Right.
And she'll shit talk me, and my head will spin around in the wheelchair. And one day she shit talked me, and I responded, and she didn't like the response and said something really bad, like coming out of her mouth. And I'm like, I got up out of my recliner, held on to stuff, walked around the back, and I was like, get over here.
Jeez.
And and her mother was here. It's like, you shouldn't be doing that without your wheelchair or your walker. Like, shut up.
It's like, no, I got a little bit of rage going on right now. I'm good.
Yeah, and it's just, the only way I had to communicate with her is Discord. And in no uncertain terms, she said, you know, well, not to me, but to her mother so I could hear it. Tell him not to send me any more messages on Discord. I'm like, okay. I deleted her and blocked her. Fine. And,
I get it.
and
I
I'm
do.
like, I go, you got a little bit too much attitude and too much mouth.
You hate that, but at the same point in time, where I mess up is I don't come down on them like a ton of bricks when they really need it. And that's my fault because I'm like, I got to realize I'm not doing them any favors because the world doesn't care.
Nope.
Yeah, the world, you fuck around, you will find out.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I'm going through a divorce right now after almost 20-year marriage. And oh God, she's a train wreck. But, so, I mean, I'm like single dad net with 5 kids. And,
Whoa.
yeah, yeah, karma's real. And
No shit.
yeah, but it's all good because I mean they're 5 of the coolest people I know, and I'm really blessed with them. I don't get too much problems with them. Um, so and most of them, like they're 19, 17, 15, 13, and 7. So really they're kind of a self-governing body for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it's pretty cool. I've been pretty blessed with that. Of course, my 15-year-old son, I'm like 6'3", and he's taller than me now. So it's like, oh shit. Yeah. So far, we haven't had that challenge for the throne yet. No, I'm glad because
You just put the sheath on like on the go camping hatchet and walk in the room and be like, you might be taller than me, but I'm here to chop you down.
yeah. Well, I've explained to him that height is wonderful. It's great reaches, and everything, but it doesn't mean shit when you're on your back.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's my
Yeah.
problem. I go around in the chair and I can walk if I have a walker, and but I can stand up in the chair, from the chair. Like like nothing. I just can't walk. So if I had to throw a punch at somebody, I have to make sure on the way down I get them in a chokehold, because I'm going to have to find my phone and call 911 and have the fire department come lift my ass up off the floor.
I understand. You got to make it count when you go down.
Yep.
Excuse me.
I gotta get my chair set up like Barbara Gordon had her wheelchair set up when she was Oracle.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna get them tasers in there and the heavy duty stick fighting sticks there, whatever they're called.
Some lone wolf and cub type stuff, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some little traps.
And I love that series.
Lone wolf and cub.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got introduced to that when I was a teenager, and I thought Toshiro Mifune was the baddest motherfucker on the planet.
Oh yeah.
And he pretty much was.
And there's a couple of really cool like samurai-esque indie books out right now. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's one they're doing for based around, you know, actual fact, but then it spaces out because it's, you know, all done with anamorphic animals.
47 Furious Tales.
That's the one.
I've seen it. I haven't read it yet, but I was really intrigued by it. Yeah, I'm really into it.
Yeah, I read the first issue. He sent me a review copy to check it out, and I reviewed it for Outright Geekery, and he's been on. I think he's been on the podcast a couple of times. And the other one is Connor Bartel. He's got the third part of his samurai story that's up on just launched on Kickstarter the other day. Of course, Chuck Pinot is editing that because, well, apparently he edits everything. He edits everything that's not Marvel or DC. So,
well, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, you know, might as well be him.
Might as well.
And the rare occasion, it's not Chuck editing a book; it's his wife, Wendy Gale.
Yep. Yeah, the samurai stuff has always been really cool to me. Barbarian stuff, the Robert E. Howard, Conan, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, and of course, if you've got that Killer Frazetta style or Boris artwork with it, I mean, that just makes it all the better.
The old Conan magazines.
Oh yeah. I was talking to somebody the other day about heavy metal, because I saw somebody, I want to say Steph Wilson, did a commission on a blank heavy metal cover, and I was like, you know, that might be the only way that I get to do a heavy metal cover. So
yeah, somebody was putting out feelers. Does anybody have any blank heavy metal covers?
I think that was me.
Was it you? Oh, it might have been you. Yeah. Well, I knew it was somebody I knew. I just couldn't remember who it was.
Yeah, because I saw that and I was like, hell, I didn't even know this was a thing. But yes, please.
Mm-hmm. I only know one person with blank heavy metal covers, and that's Frank, one of the editors for heavy metal. And I guess with every issue, he gets like a dozen, blank comp covers,
Oh man.
and then like arts them up and sells them. As one would do if
Yeah, I can't blame him, because I don't do a whole lot of sketch covers, because mostly what I work on is like this is an 11 by 17.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to have some room to play around. Of course, later on when I'm trying to figure out what kind of background I'm doing, I always am like, damn, why couldn't I have gone smaller with this? But because I never think it through. I'm like, okay, I want to draw the Mandalorian, so I'm drawing the Mandalorian. And then usually about 2/3 through it, I'm like, okay, so we need to figure out what kind of background we're going to put on this. And I've been fortunate because they usually end up, it may sit for a month while I'm, working on other stuff that I know more what I'm going to do with it, but I'll usually come up with a pretty good background, at least in my estimation. And, people respond pretty well to it.
And while you're working on other stuff, and it just it's hanging up just on the wall.
Oh
And
yeah,
you
I've got a
pass it
stack.
you pass it a few times, and then one day you're like, that's what I want to do with this, and then you grab it and start working on it.
Yeah, and I mean, I work on a lot of different things at one time anyway, just to kind of keep my ADD in check because I'll find myself getting bored with something and then wanting to
Mm-hmm.
rush through and get it finished and get it posted, get those likes and everything, because those likes, they mean so much. Whatever. And I wish Facebook would give you $1 for every like. That'd be great. But no, it always translates, into something. It may translate into some commission spots. It may translate into being on somebody's radar that you weren't on before.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's all worth it. It gets frustrating though. I'm not gonna lie, because you're like, I'll post something that I busted my ass on, and then, I'll see all the people. Oh man, great job, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, you did see the part where I said the original is up for grabs, right? Oh yeah. So, which is cool. I'm selling quite a few originals lately. Sometimes I just get a crazy notion, or like in the case of I just did a Grogu with Bob Ross because I saw a meme where they photoshopped Grogu in over a little squirrel that Bob Ross was holding, and it looked like shit. I mean, it was a terrible Photoshop job. And so I just decided to draw it myself. And,
I can do that better.
and I don't try to be that way about stuff because I don't, I've got this style that I think, is working for me at the moment. But I don't try to look at anything like that and say I can do it better. But it just looked terrible. So I just went ahead and drew it. I was like, if the person who created that meme wants to reach out to me and give me some shit over, drawing their meme, then it's fine. I'll tell them how I drew it better. But
Every time I hear the phrase "do it better," I'm like stuck with Carlos Mencia in the back of my head. You gotta do it better.
I used to love Mind of Mencia, man.
Yeah,
That's what we
I
had
love
to.
I love that show. It was all well and fine till Joe Rogan walked up on the stage and busted him for stealing everybody's jokes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, dude, everything you just said is from a routine I did 3 years ago.
Joe Rogan's funny as shit, though,
Oh, I
man.
know.
I watched his last two Netflix specials, and they were great. that's pretty much all I watch anymore, man. It's just stand-up comedy, or you know, I'll watch the original Disney Plus content because I've been fiending for some more Marvel content and stuff like that. But yeah, as far as
Yeah,
movies,
I put on the 616 stuff the other day, and just let it run while I was like, digging through, a couple of the hundreds of boxes that I got here,
yeah.
and reading a little bit, and
Did you watch WandaVision?
yeah, I was like, meh.
Yeah, it's
But I had somebody explain that they've got like it's only like 2 episodes in, so there's something there, but you don't know what yet. But I guess
I think
there's
it's
like I think there's like really specific uh story arcs in the comic that you would have to be like and they're kind of like obscure now, that you would have to be like well versed in to be like, oh yeah.
yeah. I agree with you. I think that after Disney pulled that major, amazing, awesome Mandalorian finale,
Mm-hmm.
I think that they kind of realized that maybe there's something to keeping the fans happy, and not like they weren't already doing that. I mean, they pretty much kept everybody happy with the MCU. There's little criticisms that one could make, and they're valid, but by and large, they're made by people who understand the character, and don't try to do anything stupid with it like DC. And they don't try to turn their Boy Scout character into a dark, brooding Batman clone. Um, so I think that they're gonna maybe keep everything. At least I hope. With the Marvel TV series and stuff, I hope they're going to keep it pretty straight and keep all this momentum they've built up with the movies.
Yeah, I really want to. I'm really excited to check out. Winter Falcon and Soldier. I mean,
Oh
Winter
yeah,
Soldier and Falcon.
yeah, definitely. And Loki.
Mm.
I mean, Loki looks like it's going to be just freaking great.
And it's already greenlit for the second season, so
Yeah,
it's like you haven't even finished the first one yet. Relax.
yeah.
No, but we like this one so much. That and Hiddleston's in a contract, so we have to do the second one anyhow.
I
Oh, okay.
mean, and it was so surprising how great Hiddleston was as Loki because I remember I'd never seen him before. I didn't know who the hell he was.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
And now you can't imagine anybody else playing Loki.
Which of course brings me back to my favorite MCU moment ever still.
What's that?
Puny God.
Oh my gosh, that was perfect.
That was just so awesome.
And the callback to it in Ragnarok
Mm-hmm.
when Hulk does the same, when he ragdolls Thor. I just watched that the other night again, and I just love that part where Loki just stands up. Yes, that's how that feels.
Oh, it's just so great.
Yeah. I mean, you can make the criticisms about the Marvel movies. Oh, they're they put too much emphasis on humor and stuff like that. But I mean, it works. And
Yeah, it's a proven formula. Like they got a couple of movies that are kind of like meh, like like Iron Man 2.
yeah, and I had high hopes for that because Mickey Rourke is amazing. But I
Yeah, it was just
it's not a go-to for me by any means.
No, and a lot of people didn't like. The second Thor movie was terrible.
Yeah. It could have been a lot better, but for every one or two that kind of missed the mark a little bit, you end up with something like Guardians of the Galaxy, which I had no interest in seeing at all when it was in the theater.
Mm.
My kids were like, "Well, it's a Marvel movie, so it's going to be good." I'm like, "Yeah,
No,
okay."
I went to go. I went to go see it in the theater, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is great."
Yeah, I was so pleasantly surprised by it because I wasn't a fan of the books, just didn't care, and
You
but
know,
I like that. I like,
I was the comic book asshole. It was like, you do know that's not the real Guardians of the Galaxy, right?
yeah,
What are you talking about? I go, dude.
yeah.
I know
I'm
because
curious.
I think I got their first appearance, the actual Guardians' first appearance.
But like with the character Yondu, it's like I can't imagine them doing Yondu the way he was in the comics. I mean, to me, it's
Oh, I
freaking
know.
Michael Rooker, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah, and
It's like, we want to make this character into an asshole. Where's Michael Rock?
exactly.
And
But hey,
he is awesome. Like, if you ever go to a convention and he's there,
oh,
he
I hadn't had
he
that chance yet.
he is. You die laughing because he will go around and fuck. He will fuck with like all the other celebrities
Oh yeah,
and do like, stupid shit, but like funny stupid shit.
I heard he did that a lot on the set of Walking Dead.
Yep.
And that seems to be something that you would have to do on the set of Walking Dead, just to kind of keep it light, because otherwise it could get real serious and real, you know,
Real
overwhelming.
dark. Yeah.
I mean, but he's definitely got the reputation of being one of the celebrities that isn't a dick,
Hmm.
and that's good because there's far too many of them out there that are.
Yeah, I thought. What's his name there? That plays Daryl on Walking Dead, or played Daryl. Uh,
Oh yeah, Norman Reedus.
yeah, I thought he would be cool because I started watching that Ride with Norman show he was doing on
Mm-hmm.
on A&E, and I'm like, oh,
Was he
that was
not?
pretty cool. He was like meeting up with like various people like all over the country.
Yeah, I saw one episode with Marilyn Manson, which was funny because Marilyn Manson doesn't ride motorcycles. He was chilling in the sidecar.
No,
Yeah. So was he not good? I mean, was he a dick?
well, I've heard complaints from various other people. Uh, Usually like, oh my god, when was the last time you bathed?
You know what? He does look like that, and
It's like it's like he owns one outfit and never changes.
that's unfortunate.
And I'm like, dude, uh, you're kind of rich now. You should buy some more clothes.
Yeah, I mean, I get being famous and being in character. I guess
Mm-hmm.
if he was like a WWE guy, I guess they'd call it kayfabe or whatever. But you know, No. No, wash your ass, dude.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I got my big fat $600 stimulus in, and first thing I did was put in a big order for new socks, underwear, uh, and soap. Lots of soap.
Well, I have yet to receive my $600 stimulus, or as I call it, the reach around. But
Yeah, pretty much is. It's like, ha ha ha, here you go.
yeah,
We're billionaires, and yes, this is good enough for you.
yeah. Make this work, you pieces of shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it now. I guess I'm getting it on my taxes, which yeah, whatever. But you
I think
know,
I got mine because I'm on Social Security.
mm,
Because I'm disabled, so I'm on SSI, and because I'm on that, and I have like the government card where they do, my monthly check gets automatically deposited onto that card.
uh-huh.
So instead of putting it on my taxes, because on SSI they don't give you enough money to actually file for taxes. So
Yeah, I remember my son asked me about the stimulus thing. He's like, "Did you get that?" And I was like, "No, I hadn't." He's like, "I guess you better get in there and draw some more tits now." Okay. Hey
it's like
man.
it's like you better get out there and get a job, kid.
Yeah. Yeah. You know that lawnmower outside? You better make that shit work.
Mm-hmm.
But he's right, because I did go in there and draw some more tits. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, I almost want to send a little email to my old guidance counselor and be like, "Hey, I get paid to draw boobs and robots now, so how about that?"
Yeah, you douche.
Yeah, it's funny. So what do you think of it so far, man? Are we looking like Mando?
Uh, I don't know, because I'm looking upside down, but I see like the other thing, like, oh, let's see, it's on my right, so it's your left.
Oh, the reference?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a big proponent of references, and I always laugh a little bit when people are like, "I don't use references." Yeah, you do. And if you don't, you're not smart. Because especially when you want to get that likeness, better get that reference out.
Mm-hmm.
Because especially in a con setting, people will bust your balls about in a likeness.
Oh yeah.
I had a guy next to me one year. He'd done some Sons of Anarchy art, and he was just a little off. And man, somebody just roasted him over it. It's like, damn, you know. But the way I see it is everybody uses references. So,
Yeah. Whether you've got it next to you, in front of you, or in your mind, you're using a reference.
right.
It's like if you're at a con, you pull up an image on your phone and you glance at it like every like minute or so to you know see what you're doing.
Yeah. Because, you don't want to zig when you're supposed to zag. Um,
Exactly.
but this is the Shawn way of making it look rough as hell until it just starts taking shape, and then people are like, "Oh, okay, that's where you're going with that."
It's like, oh, you're doodling, and then like 3 hours later, you go, Oh wow.
Yeah.
I could only ever draw like a few things. Like I could draw the old colonial vipers,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, that was pretty much it. Because it took me forever to like figure it out, and it was basically from using references of the Revell snap type Viper kit that was on the back of like every 70s comic book for like 10 years.
Yeah.
It was either Orca or a model kit.
I will say this about references because for the longest time I used cosplayers as references, and I never really gave a lot of credit to the cosplayers because half the time you don't know who the hell they are. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you're on Tumblr or whatever like that, and you see somebody in a Supergirl cosplay, and you're like, well, hell, that looks pretty cool. You know, I could probably do something with that. And there's no credit for it. And of course, everybody's like, well, do a reverse Google image search. And it's like, and I've gotten to the point now where after making friends with a lot of cosplayers and my own daughters being cosplayers and stuff, yeah, definitely. I will absolutely credit a cosplayer um, on their stuff because, man, it is an intense amount of work that they go through for that. Well, let me rephrase that. The ones who do it right are, if you're just if you're some girl and you just throw on like a short skirt and a Superman t-shirt and call yourself Supergirl, then it's not necessarily it.
Oh, that's the Bruce Timm version.
And I love the Bruce Timm version, but
Mm-hmm.
there's a way to do it right.
Yeah, and I've seen some of the girls on like Instagram that are like that are scarily like lookalikes to the animated versions that they're
Oh,
doing.
it's crazy. I mean, there's some out there who are insane with how good they are with their cosplay.
Oh yeah, it's like there's one girl that looks identical to Harleen Quinzel, like the original, the old Batman animated series animation version of her. Except
Yeah,
she's like 3D in real life, and you know, and you actually see it and you go, "Ooh, yeah, was that?"
yeah, it's crazy. Just one Kara Nicole does an amazing Power Girl,
Oh yeah. Well,
and
she's built for the boob window, so
oh yeah, exactly. I mean, hell, I'd run with it too.
she's done a couple that I didn't realize it was her until you know I looked closely and then saw her tag on it. I go, oh, it is.
Her domino, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, because I saw the domino and I was like, holy shit. And then I saw her tag on it and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that's her.
her domino, her old school Black Canary.
Oh yeah,
Not just the the fit, not the fishnet stocking version, the other version where it's more like everything's black.
yeah,
I did see one girl one time that did like the '80s version where they like redid her costume, and they basically made like the front of her costume like a 3D version of Nightwing's current crest.
hmm
I see some people that are like you know that put a lot into it and are you know like make everything, basically make everything from scratch just about.
Oh yeah.
And then I see other people that just go online, order the costume, and get dressed, but then they'll have like other people that like actually make stuff to do stuff to add to their costume to fine tune it and stuff.
Yeah, there's quite a few of those. Just a surprising number of them here in the Memphis area. I was kind of shocked when I started doing cons out here because I really didn't see. I didn't. I guess I just didn't expect to see it. But I mean, there were some crazy cosplayers out here. Um, there's a guy that did what I would imagine would be a life-size Groot, and you're like, holy shit. I
Wow.
mean, and this was like grown-up Groot, not baby Groot. But
Well, that would have been funnier though.
yeah, that would have been.
It's like a 6'5" guy, and he's just basically wearing like a big pot around himself, like it's with some suspenders on it to hold it
Yeah,
up.
basically. That would be cool. I might do that.
That'd be funny.
I think the only thing I can cosplay is Fat Thor, though, and I might have to do a lot of working out to get into that kind of shape.
Oh no, you can do Fet now because apparently they eat pretty hefty on Tatooine because
Oh my God, yeah. It it wasn't so apparent. Well, it was apparent with Fett, but it was more apparent with Java's guy. What's his name?
Bib Fortuna.
Yeah, holy shit. He was. Oh man. But I mean, I guess since I guess he was the de facto boss at that point. So he's eating pretty good.
Hmm.
Um, he
But
sure
it
got
was
his ass.
but it was funny. Apparently that whole thing went to shit when Jabba got killed because there's like one dancing girl chained up and like another girl like next to him and like two guards, and there's like nobody else in the place.
Yeah, the place wasn't exactly jumping. Um, but I think I saw a meme. Yeah, I saw a meme where it referenced that scene, and it's like, Alexa, play "Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangster."
Here's Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangster by Get a Voice on Amazon Music.
Alexa, stop. I forgot about that. But yeah,
I
gotta be
love
more
the edit
careful.
that somebody did. They took the Luke scene from the end of Mandalorian,
Yeah.
like just before the X-wing flies in, and they played they added the music of from Bonnie Tyler.
Oh yeah, the holding out for a hero.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the music's like slowly creeping in, and you just hear Cara Dune goes, "Ooh, one X-wing was saved."
The funniest part of that whole scene to me, I mean, because while I was watching it, I kept thinking to myself, like, surely that's not Luke. They're not doing that. We would all know at this point. They would have somebody would have leaked it or some shit.
Oh, I knew.
Well, I'll give you credit for knowing because I was like, no, they're not doing that.
What I didn't know is that was actually Mark Hamill doing it.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was just some stunt guy, and they did the when they did the little ball thing around his face to warp him back to a couple of years after Jedi. So looking like he did, 30 years ago. But then, uh, like a few days after, the episode dropped, it was like breaking everywhere that was actually Mark Hamill doing that scene.
See, why couldn't we have gotten badass Luke in Last Jedi?
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
he was pissing off the who's the Kathleen Kennedy,
yeah,
because she's
fuck
doing
her.
I can't stand her. She's doing she was doing like the movie stuff. I'm like, well, the first thing you need to do is like fire her. I'm
Yeah,
like,
they need to give that job to John Favreau.
yeah, I know. It's like you win. You're doing everything, John.
Yeah, him and Dave Filoni. That's it. That's who handles your Star Wars now. Yeah. Period. End of discussion. And throw Kevin Feige in there just for good measure.
Yeah, what is it right here?
But yeah, I'm excited about it now. And I mean, I had read a rumor that Mark Hamill was going to be in like season 3 or something of Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
But you read these rumors and it's from either We Got This Covered or comicbook.com or something. And you're just like, yeah, okay, well, that'd be nice, but I don't think it's going to happen. And then, sure enough, I saw everybody losing their damn mind that morning about it. I was like,
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, I was pleasantly surprised, and now I want to see where it goes. Of course.
Oh yeah, here it is. The showrunner for Mando and Mark Hamill were like exchanging like heartfelt tweets back and forth. Let's see the direct hashtag Luke Skywalker star at Hamill himself has expressed his gratitude in portraying his Star Wars character in The Mandalorian when he was still a symbol of hope and optimism.
Before
Stuff that in your director chair, Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, before Ryan Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy took his balls.
Mm-hmm. Peyton Reed, who's the director, tweeted, "Dear at Hamill himself, when I was a kid," and it's a picture of Mark in his Tatooine gear, like from the beginning of
A New Hope.
New Hope, yeah, and he's got like 1 foot like way up high, like on the side of the land speeder.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the crane that's holding it up in the air is out of camera shot.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, this photo hung on my bedroom wall. Star Wars and Luke Skywalker in particular meant a great deal to me. Some things never change. It was an honor and a dream come true to work with you on The Mandalorian. Thank you so much.
You have to really appreciate that because it's like, stuff made by a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, people who really enjoy what they're doing, and you don't get that impression from a lot of people when they're making these movies.
Oh yeah.
I rag on DC a lot, but I mean that's kind of the case because DC looks like they don't give a shit.
Well, the Shazam movie was pretty good, but it was, it had a bunch of jokes in it for the adults, but it was like an all ages kind of thing.
Yeah.
But they modeled it after the new 52 Shazam. I'm like, yeah.
Well, that's the good thing, I guess, about DC is, they do a reboot every 3 years. So, I was being sarcastic. Uh,
Yeah, I know, right?
yeah, kind of, but not really. But Shazam was okay. The first Wonder Woman was okay. I hadn't watched the second one because I've just seen too much about it that sucks.
Yeah.
And I
It,
kind of dug Aquaman, but
oh yeah.
I, I don't understand why they would cast Jason Momoa as Aquaman when honestly he would be a hell of a Lobo.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
he pretty much played Lobo on Stargate Atlantis.
yeah, I don't get why they wouldn't go with that, but well, I guess it's to get past the whole Aquaman sucks narrative, which yeah,
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. Of course, he was almost Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that would have been good.
Well, it's not like the wrestler who played Drax was really any good either. So
Dave Batista?
yeah.
Yeah, he's not one of the great acting talents of our time.
No, he's pretty much terrible in just about everything he's done.
Yeah, I do use him as a reference sometimes for Conan. Like if I'm doing a Conan piece and they don't want it to look like Arnold,
Mm-hmm.
I'll use Dave Batista because I don't know.
Or,
He's to me
or you could use Jason Momoa because he played Conan too.
he did, and that was a good movie. I'm sorry, I people are like, what the hell? I'm like, no,
Oh,
seriously,
I
it
love
was
that
good.
movie. Uh,
I mean, if you've been,
I bought that on DVD as soon as it came out.
yeah, I mean, if you're familiar with the old stories, the Robert Howard stories, I mean, it kind of gives you everything you wanted.
Yeah, and at the time, Dark Horse was still doing Conan, and that movie was like right on par with you know all the books that have been coming out like that whole past year.
hmm I was pleasantly surprised with it. I thought it was good. I love Ron Perlman in it, but I mean, anytime you can get Ron Perlman in anything, it's always good. Just because he's so cheesy, but in like the best possible way.
Mm-hmm. Uh, Best movie I saw Ron Perlman in is, and it's weird because I am not a fan of foreign movies uh, because I do not want to have to sit there and read a movie while I'm watching it.
Right.
But the City of Lost Children, which was like a weird, like almost like a 2000 AD kind of type of story.
Yeah.
Minus the Judge Dredd stuff. So it's like post apocalyptic, like almost like 1984 crap going on, and like really weird shit. But it was like a fantastic movie. I just wish they would like dub it into English.
I haven't seen that. I'm gonna check it out though.
And it's pretty awesome.
I
Like
like. I
French
mean,
movie. It won all kinds of like awards, like Cannes and stuff like that. But I don't put too much, you know, thought into, ooh, it won
award.
awards at this or that. I'm like, I don't care about your pompous award shows.
Yeah.
I go, all those awards are you patting yourself on the back and standing up at a podium telling everybody how great you are. And I'm like, no. I'm like, Ricky Gervais got it right.
Oh yeah, exactly. Especially when he called everybody out on the Epstein thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I know he's your friend, but I don't care.
it's like, oh shit. He may not be back.
You know.
But chances are he will.
Yeah, he brought that up on a talk show that he was on, because I was watching like this reel of his, because his worst moments, they call them his worst moments, and they're actually his best moments, like his best digs and everything. And he brought that up, but somebody brought that up and goes, I don't believe you brought up the you dropped in the Epstein didn't kill himself joke. He goes, he hung himself from his bed that was on the floor.
Like, you guys aren't even trying for a good conspiracy theory with this one.
No.
It's like, was it the B crew that does this? You can't send in the real assassins. Was it the guys from today?
Mm-hmm. And not a single word has been uttered about his girlfriend that got captured.
No.
Notice that all disappeared.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting her to have been compelled to commit suicide by now.
Yeah, I know.
Like any day now. But it looks like she may be in for the long haul.
What happened to Giselle? Oh, I don't know. Hillary went and asked her some questions. Next thing I know, she suicided herself. I loved when Ricky, sat there and called the entire room of actors a bunch of perverts.
Yeah.
Hey, all you perverts. It was a great year for pedo movies. Surviving R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes, and then they zoom in on the director from Two Popes there, Spielberg, and he's got like this, like he wants to take out his gun and shoot him, but they're on live TV, so he can't. Look on his face, and he just looks up and goes, I don't care. And he does it, so it's great.
You gotta love that, man. I mean, because they're just all so freaking pompous. I mean, yeah. That's why I like what we do. I like comics and I like, graphic novels and stuff, because it's like, I mean, sure, there's politics involved in it. I mean, God, but it's not nearly as bad as that.
Oh yeah, there's plenty out there that grab like one side of the aisle or the other, like Eric Larson.
Yeah,
but
I try to be. I don't know. I usually just try to keep it all, to myself, because you're gonna piss somebody off no matter what you do, and especially in the situation that we're in now, where I mean, we're all out there fighting for cover gigs. We're all out there fighting for this and that. I'd rather lose a cover gig because they don't like my stuff than to lose one because I said, candidate A sucks. Because the truth, candidate A, candidate B, candidate C, none of them give a shit about us anyway.
Yeah, they all suck because they're not in there. They're not in there representing constituents. They're in there for themselves.
Exactly. That's why I like when I see people get, just about come to blows over all this politics shit. It's like, do you think that anybody's gonna you think you're gonna get the Congressional Medal of Freedom for punching that guy or whatever? No, you're not.
Nope. See, now I can see it because I think like the top 2/3 of that paper when it was turned,
Uh-huh.
I couldn't see. So I was like looking at him from the neck down,
Oh,
trying to figure out what angle you were drawing from, and I'm like, oh, now I see.
yeah, I've got a tiny little window that I'm looking at right now to see like what you can see because I'm doing this on my phone. And yeah. So, this is what I was saying about I go in with ink over the marker and the brush pen and stuff like that because
Yeah, it's like your last level.
yeah, although it ends up usually being one of many other last levels. And especially like with flesh tones, I've noticed because I'll do my flesh tones before I do like if I'm doing pinup work, I'll do the model's flesh tones before I do her hair, stuff like that. Because to me, if I go outside the lines with her flesh tones, obviously, it goes into her hair. Her hair is darker than flesh tones,
Mm-hmm.
so it doesn't really matter. I don't look like an 8-year-old who can't color inside the lines. Um, but 9 times out of 10, after I add in the hair, I've got to come back and redo the flesh tones just because they get washed out. Especially on like someone's got like vibrant red hair or something like that. Like
I
that
used
Madeline.
to. Now I just have a vibrant red hat.
Yeah. No, trust me, I understand. I used to shave my head for about 10 years, and I got tired of everybody telling me I looked like a serial killer. So I decided to grow my hair back. Yeah. When your daughter's friends spend the night and they're like, "Your dad looks like Kane." Like, okay.
Then you want to hook up some tiki torches on the side of the room and make them just explode.
Go
Oh
be
my
married.
God, he is!
Hellfire and brimstone. It's Kane. It'd be nice to have Jim Ross announce me somewhere one time.
I know, right?
Just damn, he believed it.
Mm-hmm. He announces everything like he's talking about his barbecue sauce.
I bet it's some good ass barbecue sauce too.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at him.
I know, right? It's that old adage, you don't trust a skinny chef.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Oh. Sorry. Arthritis is getting to me.
Oh, yeah, I know. I got my I have to get cortisone shots in both my knees
Damn.
like every 3 months, and they're like lasting less and less. So
Yeah. For a limited time only.
yeah, at some point they don't want to because of my medical history. They basically don't want to operate on me. So they're like, yeah, we don't want to do it. I go, I don't want you to do that either because when I have like major incisions done, because my I'm type 2 diabetic, and
Yeah.
even
Your
though I
recovery
lost
time.
yeah, even though I lost 200 pounds, I'm still, a big fat bleep. People are going, bleep. I go, yeah, fuck. And, I lost 200 pounds and, I'd like to lose another 200 pounds. So,
How'd you lose 200 pounds?
uh,
Asking for a friend.
ask me for a friend. Well, I
No,
stopped. I stopped.
asking.
So I stopped. Oh yeah, I'm asking for a friend. I stopped soda, ice cream. God, I miss ice cream. Um, well, that was my diet. I would eat like 6 gallons of ice cream a week.
Shit.
Like my PCA would buy me like 2 like half gallons at a time, and I still have wicked limited mobility, but back then it was worse because I had just got out of the hospital after 2 years, and you know I wasn't as strong as I should have been. Plus, I was like 600 pounds instead of like right now. I've lost way more than 200 pounds now because I was just about 600 and I'm down to like 376.
Damn.
That's a lot of crapping.
Mine, yeah, mine. When I got married in '02, I was 240, and I was in pretty decent shape. Prior to that, I did a lot of MMA training, stuff like that. Was in the gym a fair amount, and over the course of a 20-year relationship with my wife, I didn't even realize I was depressed. I was packing on all this depression weight, and
That's what all my weight is.
yeah, and dude, I got up to 420, and man, my blood pressure was crazy high. I dodged the diabetes bullet, which I can't believe I did. Because I mean, especially when you're a big guy, people would just automatically assume, oh yeah, he's diabetic. Yeah.
Yeah, I got type 2, and I didn't have much choice because it runs rampant on both sides of my family.
Yeah.
But my last, the big thing you got to pay attention to, that they're always looking out, is every like 6 months they test your A1C. My last A1C was like 5.6. So I'm like borderline not diabetic. And
You're
I said that to my doctor. I go, so I'm almost borderline non-diabetic, huh?
yeah, it's an improvement.
He's like, well, it's good, but uh, once you're diabetic, you're always diabetic.
Right.
I
But it
go,
becomes, I guess, maybe more manageable.
he goes, you need, the more weight you lose, the better off you be with that. 'Cause I'm like prone to like cellulitis, like really bad.
Mm,
And I didn't know cellulitis was like, a disease. I thought it was, just all that extra baby fat that women got.
hmm
It's
Yeah,
like,
I joke around that I gained all the weight with the kids,
mm-hmm.
and
Oh, I used to do that all the time. Like the end of my shifts, I'd go into the dressing room, and because I wanna get paid before they actually put their money away, because if they have to dig in for it, you're only getting exact change.
right,
So I would go back there, and they'd be talking about this one just had a baby or that one just had a baby. But they're having trouble getting the baby weight off, and I would just like stick my gut out and just slap it. I go, yeah, me too. I've actually gained some since the birth. The last time I was in the hospital, they had to like open up a wing that's been closed for like 20 years because the whole hospital was like full of like COVID patients.
Uh-huh.
So they opened up a wing that had been previously closed for a long time. They just refurbished, finished refurbishing the thing like about 3-4 months ago, and it was the old maternity wing. And I'm like, and the nurse is pushing my gurney down the hall and goes, "Yep, you stay in the old maternity wing." I go, "See, what you people know? I'm just fat. I'm not pregnant anymore." And then, like, a minute later, what? Wait, anymore? I go, yeah, I gave birth to a bag of potatoes and a 6-pack of beer.
Yeah. I tell people I traded my 6 abs for one big one.
Mm-hmm. What did I used to say? I go, who wants a 6-pack when you're going to have a keg?
Right. It's funny because it's like, soda. You said you gave up soda. I'm just like, man.
I gave up soda. I cut almost all the bread out and went like on the super strict diet. Of course, right now I'm not on a super strict diet because the program I'm in got me like on a Meals on Wheels kind of thing. But it's not Meals on Wheels, but it's like this other place in town that help supply meals, and it's the same thing. They make like a shit ton of food, like once a week. Put it in like the little plastic containers. Heat wrap it with the cellophane, and put it in a flash freezer, and then they go and deliver out like 12 or 14 of these things a week to people. And it's like it's nothing that's on my diet, because my diet is like a little bit of vegetables, a whole bunch of protein, and that's pretty much it. It's like I got to keep hydrated because various other problems, because I have to actually overhydrate and just make extra trips to the bathroom, because if I don't, then like if I like sleep for the entire day,
Mm-hmm.
I have to drink like 4 bottles like this of water, or I'm gonna end up being dehydrated and end up in the hospital. Every time I go in, they always manage to find something else wrong with me. I'm like,
Yeah.
just send me home.
Yeah. I haven't given up sodas. I'd like to, but man, it's tough. That one is bad tough. But
I think like once a year, I'll order out Domino's, and somebody saying goes, "Oh, you got Domino's? Oh, you must have got Diet Coke." I'm like, hell no.
if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it right.
I go, I'm gonna eat all that sugar, because there's nothing but this crap ton of sugar and pizza sauce. That's
Yeah.
what makes it taste so good. And so I'll get like the cheesy bread with the black olives and the spinach and stuff inside it, and
Oh damn.
then I'm dipping that in the marinara sauce, or as I like to call it, the marijuana sauce. Um, I'll be like, oh, I'll just have a couple of slices of pizza so I can have some more cold pizza for breakfast tomorrow, and then pizza for lunch, and by the time 3 a.m. comes around, I've eaten an entire large pizza, all the breadsticks, and polished away a 2-liter bottle of regular Coke.
Yeah. At one point, I was doing,
and then my sugar goes, woo!
Yeah, I bet.
And I sleep for about 11 hours.
At one point, I was drinking about a 12-pack of soda cans a day, and people hear that and they go, "Oh my God!" It's like, do you not realize how easy it is? I mean, it's convenient as hell. You just go to the fridge, grab one, and I mean, I was going through them like Stone Cold goes through beers. I'm basically like two-fisting it. Just,
Yeah, because because they're good. They do dehydrate you though.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely that. And I mean, right now I'm at about 2 or 3 cans of soda a day. Um, Nothing to cheer about because I mean, I'm still there.
Well, I mean, when I was eating like 4 to 4 or 5 like half gallons of ice cream a week, I discovered one of the local supermarkets had like their own brand of soda
Mm-hmm.
in a 3-liter bottle. Then I found out they had pineapple soda. And I was like, yes. Pineapple soda is Mountain Dew, but yellow.
Yeah, the 3-liter. I remember the 3-liter Coke bottles when I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
and thank God they got rid of that because man, my fridge would be full of them. Yeah.
I remember in my 20s, Heineken came out with these big champagne bottles full of Heineken.
Yep.
And a buddy of mine used to have a picture of me like standing in the middle of the road with the Heineken bottle upside down, chugging beer, and like 3 or 4 little Brazilian girls that he used to work with at a company he used to be a comptroller for, just like climbing me like a jungle gym. Because they were all like, I think the tallest one was like 4'2".
That sounds almost like a Frazetta painting.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I go, that's just awesome.
Yeah, that's goals.
But I brought like 2 of them to like a cookout at my buddy's house one day. We finished one and it ended up in the trash. I finished the other one, and then I went to my friend's cooler and I started taking his Coors Light and just emptying out can after can after can of Coors Light until I refilled the Heineken bottle with Coors Light. It's like, what are you doing? I go, I'm just filling my glass. He's like, oh man, you're sleeping here tonight. I go, I don't care.
Yeah.
I think that was the year I also showed up to one of his cookouts. I went and hit we've got this liquor store here called Yankee Spirits. And there was an old like the size of a super Stop and Shop.
Yeah.
Supermarket. And this place moved in, took it over, refurbished it, and it's like a super Stop and Shop, but there's nothing but booze. You walk through the door and your eyes bug out, and you hear the
nice little choir of angels singing.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few of those here, man. Because I mean, if you're living in the Memphis area, you might as well drink. It helps. It helps with the coping. But
hey, Pops.
Do what?
Pops is in the chat.
Oh, Pops Van Zant.
He just finished hanging out with Raj and a bunch of other creators, and he probably saw this and was like, "What the hell?"
He's like, Shawn's cheating on me. Pops is great.
Yeah, Pops. I'm trying to do a talk and draw like every Monday, kind of like on a late night thing. So you're the first one.
Oh, I'm the first one?
You're the first one.
Hell yeah. I set the bar low. I was over here like, man, I'm going to be his worst guest. You know, he's going to be like, I'm not getting that guy again. But, I mean, that makes me feel better just to know that I'm the first.
Yep. Well, by saying first, it sounds a lot better than being like, yeah, you're the guinea pig.
I'll take it.
You know?
It's exposure, man.
Yeah, I had exposure once. Cops threw a blanket around me and locked me up.
I can't say the cops have ever thrown a blanket around me, though.
I told them they needed a bigger blanket. They just locked the door. Pop's like, what's your drawing? My eyes ain't working. Well, I'm sure you were told to stop doing that many years ago.
Yeah. Let me turn it around for you, Pops. That way, you know, you can maybe tell what it is. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Not really.
Yeah.
It was when I couldn't see his head because you were working on the helmet. He's doing the Mandalorian.
Yep. At least that's the plan.
Taking a little break from doing the painting and, you know, hitting the brush pens and the Copic markers and a little pencil work. And
yeah, I try to keep it new and interesting. My kids are trying to get me into using like the Wacom and the digital art. Mm-hmm. And man, I gotta admit, because I had the worst thoughts about digital art before. I used to always think that it was basically cheating, you know, and
well, because when you fuck up, you can just, you know,
yeah, you can scrap the layer and go back.
You can just take it off and, you know, go back and do it all over again. And I know some people that still I've talked to artists that still, you know, they're, you know, doing their own, you know, working on a comic book project, but they're still drawing the pages traditionally, but then they'll scan them in and ink them digitally.
No.
And then send the file out to the colorist.
Sometimes, and a lot of times, I will actually, I don't go exactly that far with it, but I will scan whatever I've done, and sometimes I'll use like a little filter just to kind of, you know, tighten up some of the black. Mm-hmm. Because especially on something like this, you know, if you're doing a traditional, it doesn't matter how tight you are, you're going to end up with some streaking and stuff like that. And, you know, I just try to keep my print work or my print catalog to where it looks, you know, pretty uniform. But I've had some people who, I mean, that's what they look for, is they want that streaking. They want to see that somebody actually sat down and drew it rather than, you know.
like somebody in one of the groups was asking, when you buy a piece of digital art, do you want it traditional or digital? I go, well, if I'm buying digital, it means I'm getting a print. But
That
if it's done tradition, I mean, if it's done digitally, I'm just getting a print. But if it's done traditionally, I had the option to actually buy, the original piece. I don't have the money to buy the original piece, but I have that option. Like JML is like one of my favorite artists, and I would love to, one day to, you know, have a, have an original piece from him. But
you and me both.
yeah, I got it. I got his 10th anniversary of Dawn tattoo on my arm. So
I partly blame him for my fascination with redheads. Um, you know,
yeah,
because Cry for Dawn, just gorgeous work anyway. And then I can't imagine her with a different hair color. But
oh, not just that, but that old Crypto Dawn cover of her bending over. Good lord.
indeed,
Everything was fine until I get to talking to him one day, and he goes, well, he goes, I don't draw a Dawn like I draw Vampirella or Red Sonja. They're all different, but my wife model does all the modeling for me for poses and everything. So basically, I'm drawing my wife and putting a different head on her. And I'm like, well, that's cool, I guess.
yeah. And you see Christina, and you're like, hey,
Now I just feel dirty every time I look at a Dawn book now.
yeah, this isn't awkward at all.
Yeah. So I'm just like, all right.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
get it.
I think I might have like one. I might be missing like one or two of his like yearly yearly books, the his sketchbooks. But I think I've got most of them, and I just bought I didn't have the very first one, and I bought that like about a month ago from JJ over at Jesse James Comics on one of his late night things.
His stuff is just so gorgeous. I
Oh,
mean,
it's just
you're
amazing.
like, you just look at it and you're like, there's no way a human painted this. And there's certain artists out there like that who, you know, you either you see their work and you either want to go grab everything you can and paint everything imaginable, or you want to just throw it all away and say, "Up, I'm never going to be that good." Um,
Hmm.
I was at a con and the guy sitting next to me, he was looking through my stuff and he's looking at some of the painted stuff and he's just like, "Man, you're like Alex Ross," and I'm like, "Oh God, no, 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 I wish." But
You, my friend, are shut off.
yeah, even though it's like that's so great to hear, it's like, no, I'm nowhere close, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
I'm like Alex Ross in the effect that uh,
we
I'm
both breathe
painting.
in oxygen.
Yeah, we both bring in. Yeah, and we both paint.
Yeah, I don't know if you can consider what he does painting. I think it's just angels come down and decorate the canvas with him, and it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
One day I will have an original of his. That's on my bucket list. But till then,
I lucked out and got a couple of books through Dynamic Forces signed by him before he decided he was going to be the next in line to charge a minimum of $50 to sign.
you just hate that, man.
Yeah.
I joke around, like if I'm signing stuff for my kids' school or something like that, I'm like, it's $40 a signature. I don't care how big I am or how famous someone gets. I would never charge for a signature like that. Just doesn't make any sense. But I mean, I'm not crapping on people who do, because I mean, I guess I can understand it.
Well, yeah, because a lot of people will show up to, somebody's table with like a long box of books and they want everything signed.
Yeah. I saw somebody do that to Larry Hama. And, Larry's the nicest guy in the world. He'll sign everything for you. But, I think after like the 10th or so book, he was like, no, dude, we're done.
Like Jim Balance will sign anything you bring him for free. But if you buy a book off his website and you want it signed, then he charges you. So I just found that like funny and ironic in a weird sort of way.
A little bit, yeah, I could see that. I'm just happy to be doing this. So at this point, it's like, if somebody wants me to sign something, hell yeah, I'll sign it for you. But this is the main reason I usually have a reference, because I usually
you can check the colors on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm using my reference as a palette now.
I feel like I should be giving you some Bob Ross, here we're gonna put a happy little shadow right in here.
Mm-hmm. And down here will be a happy little Grogu. And
the first time I drew Mando, of course I had to put Grogu in it because, that's where the money is.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they struck it rich with that, huh?
I'm actually fairly impressed by it. I mean, because they kept it a secret until it finally showed up. I mean, it cost Disney quite a bit of money because they had no merch to speak of for that character that Christmas.
For the first, that first year, yeah.
Yeah, and
now, however, there was no shortage.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, they were able to keep that secret because Mark Hamill wasn't working on the show then. I love all the stories he tells. He goes, if you need to keep a secret, you cannot tell me.
Yeah. That's why he didn't find out about Vader being his father until right before.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he said the same thing about Carrie Fisher too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He goes, there's three forms of communication: telephone, telegraph, and telecarry.
Yeah. I hate that she's gone.
Yeah, it sucks. But have you seen the photos of Bobby Millie Brown from Stranger Things dressed up in the pseudo Princess Leia costume from New Hope?
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit.
Looks more like her than because I mean, at first I thought that they could do something with Billie Lourd. You would think that she would look a lot like Carrie Fisher because it's her daughter and all, but
nope.
No, Millie Bobby Brown is absolutely Leia, and if they want to do the thing with Sebastian Stan coming in as Luke and her as Leia and stuff like that, I'm down. you know, honestly, I'm okay with it because, you know, the CGI is cool and all, but I just don't see it being sustainable for like a whole show. I mean,
Yeah, for like the limited scenes.
yeah, like that with Luke. I mean, God,
Hmm.
that must have been expensive as hell.
Oh yeah, and just when you know when you're like fanboy or fangirl freaking the hell out because young Luke Skywalker is on the screen, and then you just kind of like piss yourself because R2D2 like rolls in.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I guess that's my main problem with the new movies is because we all grew up with the Thrawn trilogy, the Timothy Zahn stuff, and
Hmm.
seeing Luke become this friggin' amazing, uber powerful Jedi. So with the new movies, we don't get that,
Nope.
and you know, we got nothing even close to that. And I kept thinking during Last Jedi, I was like, surely he's going to do something cool. He's going to use the Force and crush a walker or something. No, nothing. I mean, what he did was all right, but it wasn't.
He did more in like the last 5 minutes of the Mandalorian than he did in that entire trilogy.
Oh
I
yeah,
remember, I remember, I remember that first movie. I mean, me and my friends all bought tickets. They took the day out of work. I work nights, so it doesn't matter. And like we ran down like 11 o'clock. We're at the showcase, and they just refurbished it, so it's like all movie seats and every recliners and everything. And we're like all excited. And, me, of course, you know before the trailers even start, I'm already like done with my big giant Star Wars bucket of popcorn, and we sit there for like 3.5 hours just for him to finally show up in like the last 30 seconds and not say anything.
yeah. And at that point, we still had hope that we're like, okay, he's going to train Ray. It's going to be okay. This is going to be fine. Everything's going to be cool. Nope. I mean, he does, but
But he doesn't.
yeah. Transfer for like a week.
Yeah, Leia
Granted,
Leia trained her more than Luke did. So
yeah. Granted, I think Luke only trained with Yoda for like a week, but
he trained with Yoda for a week just so his dad could cut his hand off. So how long you have you been back on the art thing for now?
oh, how long have I been back doing this?
Yeah.
Um, I've been back doing this about 8 years this go around. When I was a kid, I drew from the time I was like 3, till I was about 19. And at that time, man, I mean, I was a kid growing up in the 90s and 80s with, all these great artists. And then the Image thing happened. And I'm like, oh, dude, I'm out. I'm going to go work for Image. It's going to be amazing, blah, blah, blah. And that obviously did not happen. But that didn't happen, because I just quit drawing at that time. I got into this mode where I just didn't want to draw anything. And I didn't draw for like 13 years.
Wow.
Yeah. And of course, I kept thinking, oh, I need to get back into it. I need to draw some stuff, maybe I've still got it. And of course, you get in your head about it, and you're like, no, man, it's gonna suck. I think I tried to draw like Sabretooth one day, that Jim Lee designed Sabretooth, and it probably wasn't nearly as bad as I made it out in my head. But I was like, oh, this looks like ass. Oh no. so, but and then a tattoo artist friend of mine was like, hey, you used to draw. Why don't you get into tattooing? And I was going through that phase where kind of hard to find like what you want to do for a job.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, yeah, man, maybe I can get into tattooing. That'd be cool. I didn't realize I don't like people at that time. So I started, kind of piddling around with it and kind of getting into, setting up a portfolio and trying to, get into the whole apprenticeship, which is always great because, you got to apprentice to be a tattoo artist, which means you got to work for free for at least a year.
Yeah, that's great. Huh?
Yeah, that's cool when you're young and you don't have responsibilities. But I mean, at that time, I was, you know, dad with a wife and kids and all that other crap. So, I'm like, well, working for free is not really going to help me. Um, and the aforementioned not liking people kicked in, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to do it. Plus, I mean, in this general area, you got these people just hanging out at tattoo places, like it's a fucking bar or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, are you getting work done? Well, no, man, I'm just hanging out. Okay, well, get the fuck out.
Yeah, I know,
Because,
right?
you know, mind your fucking business. Go do something. And so that just kind of didn't really end up happening for me. And I was like, well, I feel a lot better drawing. So maybe I could just kind of, start doing some loose commissions and stuff for people, maybe, draw some people that, or some athletes or something that people are into, and kind of went from there. I did a lot of advertising on the Facebook resale sites. Drew a few, like I drew my Slash and, a few celebrities that people would recognize, and basically posted, hey, I'm open for commissions. Um, pretty much whatever you need, I can do, blah, blah, blah. And I do mostly realism. Not like anybody reading these ads really noticed what I do because they had in their mind what they wanted. I
Yeah,
drew a lot of people.
they
I
they
drew
didn't they didn't read anything. They just looked at the picture and oh,
right. And I drew a lot of people's dogs. I drew a lot of people's pumpkin headed grandkids and, stuff like that. And it was cool because it was like, hey, at least it's, I'm getting paid to draw. And I had a day job, so I was cool with it. Um, as cool as you can be with it. And just kind of from there, it went, you deal with everything. It's the same story everywhere. You deal with people who are like, oh man, drawing's easy. Why do you charge so much? And at that point, I was charging maybe a third of what I charge for a commission now. So, you know, you just kind of have to roll with it and go from there. Now I try not to draw people's pets anymore. Yeah, maybe if it's like somebody I know and it's like, their dog since they were like 5 or something, I'll hook them up. But aside from that, I try to avoid that.
because now I hate people and animals.
No, it's just people get a little emotional about stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And if I'm working on something like this and the person doesn't like it, that's fine. I can just go and make a print of this and sell it somewhere. or not or whatever. But um, if their dog that they've had since they were 5 just passed away, and I don't get that dog's likeness just right, then I got to hear about it. I don't want to hear that shit. I get it. I love my dog too, but it's like the funniest part to me was when people would get sticker shock over drawing their kids. It's like you quote them $100 to draw like 4 kids or something, and they freak out. They're like, no, I can't do that. But the same person would come back to you like a month later, and want you to draw their dog, and they don't get sticker shock at all about that. Like, damn, I'm glad I'm not your kid.
For my kids, no. I got a Facebook picture of them. I don't care. But
Yeah,
but my dog just died. What? You don't have any pictures of your dog?
yeah. I would think it's funny when somebody wants a commission of something that they already have the picture of. Like, you're paying me to draw this exact copy of this picture for you. Like with this, I'm using this photo reference, and I mean, I'm following a lot of the reflections and stuff on the armor, but at the end of the day, it's like you're going to be able to tell that this was a drawing as opposed to this.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, sure, there's some people out there who are like, yeah, I can just print off a picture of the Mandalorian. Well, that's cool. You go ahead. The next person who comes by my table at this con will be like, hell yeah, get that Mandalorian.
Yeah, I always get sticker shock when I see something up from Neil Adams, and I'm like, and I know it's going to be a ludicrous price because he's Neil Adams, but
the one that's getting me lately, the one that I'm seeing that kind of shocks the hell out of me is Frank Miller, because I mean, I'm seeing where it's like 15,000 for an original Frank Miller piece that he draws for you at the con, and he's
for him to scribble,
basically, because
his art has actually gotten worse.
Yeah, did he have a stroke or something? Because I mean,
his art did.
It just seems like he's not in good health or something, man. Because it's
he's off. He's like I think he might have had like a couple of minor strokes.
It's just weird. I saw an interview with him recently, and he just seemed kind of not in the best health.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he had like if he had like a couple of strokes, or if he was like beyond Kevin Smith stoned. Like it's like if you could ask one person a question, who would it be and why? Well, when I ask it, the answer to that question will be redundant. I would ask Kevin Smith, well, congratulations on all your weight loss and getting healthy. But with all the weed you fucking smoke, how do you not put on like another 200 pounds from the munchies?
I'm saying.
And don't tell me you're just eating rice cakes, because I will punch you right in the throat.
Rice cakes. No, I will not. I can't do the rice cakes and stuff. No. That's the thing, man, that always surprised me about weight loss, because it's like I don't eat crap. I don't eat fast food. I don't eat like I don't eat a lot of ice cream and sweets and snack cakes and all that other stuff. I mean, I'm down for eating salads and shit, but man, mine just came about because of depression, and it's depression's no joke.
Mm-mm. I get depression, anxiety, PTSD,
Jesus.
all kinds of fun stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, I figure, go all the way or fucking forget about it.
Go big or go home, right?
Yeah, well, I'm already big, and I'm home, so win-win,
There we go.
winner winner, chicken dinner,
Yeah, new high score.
ding ding ding.
Yeah, I just that's my next goal. I mean, my main goal for this past year was to get a cover, and I started out the year going full time with art. Everything seemed to be going cool, and then all hell breaks loose. I end up going through this divorce, this bullshit associated with that, and
Mm.
that's being kind to bullshit, because it's a lot more, and it's still going on. But it kind of fucked me up because Larry Stewart over at Fanatic had talked to me about doing a cover for Ravage Kill All Men. I'm like, wait a second, let me get this straight. My first fucking cover I'm gonna ever do, and it's gonna be for a book that Chuck Dixon's fucking writing. Where do I sign?
No shit.
And then
Be like, how much do I pay you to be able to draw your cover?
right. So and of course, literally 2 days after, you find out all this shit your wife's up to and everything else, and it just kind of fucks you up. I mean, like Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they get hit in the face. And
Yeah, no shit.
so that torpedoed me. And of course, I end up doing something for him. I end up, putting it together. But he's like, dude, I kind of needed that like a month ago. And, we'll work together again soon, blah, blah, blah. Well, and I have no doubt that he meant it and everything else. But, in your head, you start spiraling and you're like, shit, my one chance to do this is over. And, I'm going to end up fucking, back to corporate bullshit or some other soul sucking job and, blah, blah, blah. And that was back in May, June, when I got that done for him. And of course, he's like, hey, that's not really what I need. So I just busting ass on commissions for the rest of the year. And after one of my little appearances with Pops on CromCon, Jim Noble messages me and he's like, hey, man, I like your stuff. I'm like, oh, shit, cool. And he's like, yeah, we need to work together. I'm like, yes, we do. Because, the Totally Rad books, they've got that whole 80s feel to it. And, it's a lot of hot ass women. And I've been told that I draw hot ass women pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
So, it seems like a good fit. He's like, hey, you want to put together a Christmas cover? Oh, yeah. Of course. So I did that and put it together for him. And used his character Violet for that Christmas cover. And it looks like it's doing pretty well on the website. And then I was like, all right, well, I've achieved goal number one. Cool. I got a cover. I pulled it out. I salvaged this year. It's Christmas time, but I made it happen. And just out of nowhere, I just decided to reach out to Wendy Shaner. It was like, hey, look, I don't know what you got going on right now. I'm sure you've got some kind of Kickstarter or something going. I just wanted to get put on your radar. And like that day she responded and she looked at my stuff and she said, "Yeah, man, let's do a cover." So I ended up doing like a naughty and nice version of Ginger Snap for her covers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and so I made it happen. I made the three covers work last year, and they both said, welcome to the family. So I'm hoping that turns into a lot more covers because you know honestly, it's a selfish reason, but I look at it and go, everything I do in this field, you know, it is a big fuck you to the ex who thinks that I can't do it, and basically thinks that I'm just going to fail miserably at this, and I'm glad I'm not failing miserably at it.
Yeah, apparently not.
Well, didn't mean to get all weird and weepy on you there, but
Oh well,
so,
you know what they say.
misery loves company.
Well, yeah, there's that. I was more so thinking, why is divorce so expensive? Because it's worth it.
Oh, believe me, dude. And when that finally goes through and gets taken care of, I will be dancing in the fucking streets. But that's just me.
Somebody will catch video of that, and it'll be up on YouTube.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Probably one of your kids.
Most likely. But I think they'll be dancing with me.
Oh yeah. Just had to stand up and relax for a second. See, I can stand, I just can't walk. But I can fall back down into a wheelchair just fine.
Well, don't fall.
Well, I don't want to fall because then it'll be awkward because you won't see me. You just see like a black background, and I'll be talking to you from the floor.
Yeah, let's not have that. Oh. So, see, we're shaping up a little bit here. And
there you go.
It's nice to do some stuff other than, the same old shit you do every day. Of course, I like the same old shit I do every day because it's, consistent.
I had a nice laugh because I was scrolling through Facebook the other day, and they like to put those wish.com ads on everybody's
Oh my God.
page, and one of the things they put up there was Chewbacca sneakers.
Oh yeah?
So they're brown sneakers, and there's a whole bunch of crazy, fox fur, shooting out everywhere from on top of the sneaker tongue, and the laces are all done up like his bandolier, and
That sounds actually kind of cool. I don't know if I could pull that off, but
I'm I go, can I get that in a size 18, 5 wide?
that's a big ass foot, man.
Mm-hmm.
I used to think my size 13 was a big ass foot. Shit.
People are glad I'm crippled now. Now I can't threaten to stick my foot up their ass sideways.
See, I never get the cool Wish ads. I get the weird, cock ring ads and stuff like that. And I'm like, what Wish? What the hell are you trying to do here, man?
It was a funny thing that I saw, but on one of the local yard sale things around here.
Uh-huh.
on Facebook, they put an ad in, and when you look at it, it looks like somebody selling a ton of friggin' dildos, all different colors. And then as the pictures pan down, you realize they're not. They're frying pans. But they put them in these. They put the frying pan in the box and the handle's sticking up. So from like the top and the handles are all, I guess, ribs for your pleasure. And yeah, it was just, oh my God.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, it got your attention.
Oh, it was so funny. And then, and I would have still thought that's what it was, but I saw one woman comment, "Oh my God, I thought they were dildos." I'm like, wait, they're not dildos?
Yeah. You mean they're not? Shit. Oh, that's great.
And I'm like, that's hilarious.
Oh shit. Yeah, every once in a while I use the wrong color. So it was the wrong shade. It happens.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is like the most focused I've been on a piece in a while. I should make you I should do this when I'm working on commissions. The way I just go ahead and get them done.
Just be like, show, we're going to bullshit for a couple hours so I can get this work done.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it's nice to, have somebody to bullshit around with a little bit while you're working because, I mean, it makes it go by faster. When you're stuck in here, or I'm stuck in here rather, and all I've got is my Amazon playlist. Don't get me wrong, I like my Amazon playlist, but shit gets old. And then it gets a little depressing because you're like, oh shit, I remember seeing that band live.
Yeah, right.
Remember concerts? Oh, we used to do that.
And I spend like half the day making up new memes and the other half just, zoning out.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in a Walmart parking lot watching a woman who can't remember where she parked. Every time she holds up her remote in the air, I honk my horn.
Coloring over pencils.
Like everybody inviting me to everything. I'm like, oh, give me a break.
Do you think we might actually get cons back this year?
Yeah, actually, there was one in Kentucky. Roland Man and a couple of guys with him did a con with like a whole bunch of other people. It was like fairly sizable. Everybody was masked up, and there was hand sanitizer everywhere. And I've seen other places attempt to do them. With social, they were masking and hand sanitizing. There was no social distancing going on. But there was like I would, yeah, there were a shit ton of people there.
Yeah. I mean, the way I see it is if the fucking malls can be open, we can do cons,
Look, if Walmart can be open, everything can be open.
Jesus. Yeah, because I walk into Walmart and I don't like wearing the mask any more than anybody else does. Okay,
Hmm.
get seasonal allergies. You can't breathe in the damn thing. You feel like a cobra henchman because you got this thing over your face. And I mean, I'm trying to wear it right, because what's the point of wearing it if you're just gonna, cover your mouth?
Hmm.
And these people in Walmart, I mean, they're crazy. They're
It's like,
walking around and you know looking at you weird because they don't have a mask on, and you're the dumbass wearing the freedom diaper and or the freedom muzzle. Sorry. Like, look, man, if everybody just goes ahead and does it, we can kind of get back to normal sometimes, man. Maybe.
yeah, except if you look back at last year, it was like, yeah, 15 days to slow the spread. Oh, wait, 38. All they're doing is moving the goalpost further and further down the street.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong.
By the time
Government
this
needs
year ends, the goalpost is going to be back to where it started, right around the
the
planet.
yeah the government's never going to just give up control that they're able to take from you.
Hmm.
I mean, they're not your friend, but it's one thing to be a conscientious objector about it, but I mean, there's so many people who are just like, I ain't wearing no damn mask, blah blah blah. Okay, well, if the store doesn't want to let you in because you're not wearing a mask, they don't have to let you in. Yeah, they do. No, they don't. And you see people being really dumb about it. But I would love for cons to come back because I mean, I normally do about three a year. Uh, in 2020, I had actually booked about 10. And you know what they say about making plans?
Yep.
And most everybody was cool about, giving your money back or doing something. Um, I was booked to do the Beale Street Art Crawl, which, in the world famous Beale Street, right? And that one's going to be a pretty good thing for me because, I mean, it was like free admission. So, you should get a lot of foot traffic and things like that. And that's the only one that was a terrible experience because they didn't end up doing the show. They ended up doing it as a virtual event. And it basically amounted to my business card being up on their website. And that was the extent of the virtual event.
Oh, awesome.
And it's like, oh, thank you guys so much for that. Because I couldn't have done that on my own,
Hmm.
dickholes. But, you know, everybody else has been pretty cool about it. Memphis doesn't get much in the way of really nice cons, like, with lots of cool guests. We have Memphis Comic Expo, which happens in October. Um, that's put on by one of the bigger stores here in Memphis, one of the bigger LCSs, and they usually have some pretty cool guests. Like they had James O'Barr um, booked for this last year's show,
Wow.
which is going to end up happening. Yeah, Greg Capullo, Larry Hama does it every so often. Larry Hama is like the coolest guy in the world. Yeah, I gave him a print of my snake eyes that I drew, and he's like, "Can you sign it?" I'm like, "Fuck, fanboy, yeah, sure, I'll sign it. You want my name on it?" Yeah, and he thought it was pretty cool. So I was like, "All right, heart beating a mile a minute because I'm showing the creator of this character my interpretation of him, and it's like, oh, it doesn't suck. Yes, validation. Like drawing showing George Lucas a drawing of Luke Skywalker, and him going, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can stay. Yeah, I hope they come back, man, because it's great meeting people, and for someone who doesn't necessarily like people like me, it it's cool because it's a different type of setting. It's not like
Yeah.
going to Walmart and meeting people. It's not like fighting with somebody over a parking space. You're in your best element, and I'm basically sitting there like I am now, just drawing away. Of course, I still love getting the question, "Did you draw that?" Yeah, I'm working on it right now, Dick. But, at this point, I'll take it. Get me out around some people.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I hate people,
But I love
but
gathering.
I like comic book people.
Definitely.
I like certain people. I hate the public, but
Right.
I love my family and I love my actual friends. But I like my geeky interweb friends and comic book fans.
Absolutely. They're just great. I mean, I guess it comes from maybe being ostracized as parts of the cliques in school and stuff like that, but they're really accepting. um if you don't necessarily know about the fandoms, a lot of times people are there to kind of help you out with that, help you navigate through it.
Mm-hmm.
They're not assholes about it. And I like non-asshole people. Or, well, I don't know. If you're gonna be an asshole, at least be funny. You know. But it's nice to get out and around people and who have shared interests, especially when you're in a place like the South where there's not a whole lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I always love watching people draw that can actually like start at one end and just complete that whole side, and then just kind of it works like a printer. Because I mean, you'll notice I'm all over the place with this thing. Yeah, but it works for me.
Yeah, you're kind of like, some people work like a printer and you work like somebody putting together a puzzle.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna say something about like you work like a drunken toddler, but I try.
Oh, that would be me.
Oh, trust me, it's me too sometimes. Oh,
Yeah, I didn't think ahead and get some Guinness, so
do what?
I didn't think ahead and buy myself some Guinness, so
Oh, the meme I posted earlier,
yeah, I'm like, oh, I love Guinness.
dude.
It's so
There.
bad for me, but yeah, I love it.
Oh man, it's been so long since I've had Guinness. Uh, but and it's one of those. You know how they say you can't taste a picture? You
Hmm.
absolutely can taste a picture of Guinness.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. There's just certain beer that you see a picture of, and you're just like, ah, yes.
Like I can taste a picture of Guinness and one of what the hell's the name of it? I can't remember the name of the beer. It's got like a like an old schooner on it, but
Old school.
it's like pumpkin ale,
Oh, okay.
and I can taste that because I used to go to a restaurant and sit at the bar, and I was just having a regular beer, and and then I watched the bartender. They're taking a pint glass, and of course the glasses got moisture on it because they keep them in the cooler.
Hmm.
And he pulls it out and he's dipping sugar on the rim. I'm like,
Like a daiquiri or something?
yeah. I go. That's the wrong kind of glass to make that drink. It's like to make a beer. I go. I go. You're putting granulated sugar around the rim of a beer glass. He goes, no, I am not. I am actually putting brown sugar around the rim of a beer glass because I am pouring a pumpkin ale into the glass. He goes, unless you don't like pumpkin pie. I'm like, oh.
I'm intrigued.
I turn into Homer and I tried it and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, I would have to try that too.
Next thing I knew, I called out of work and I was about 15 of those in.
Nice. I'd say you liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I have never tried a pumpkin ale, but I gotta say, you got me sold. I'm gonna try one. I don't know if they even carry that around here, but because I'm in the South, it's like God's blind spot.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, it's hard to get anything that's cool as well, really anything. Like, dude, okay, so like I quit collecting action figures for a while because just my priorities changed a little bit, and I got tired of my wife giving me shit over it and stuff like that. No, she's not in the picture anymore. I'm like, all right, so I'm gonna pick back up collecting. And you remember when we were kids, you go to like Target or Walmart to a lesser degree, or any of these stores, and the toy aisles, there was numerous toy aisles. There was
Mm-hmm.
massive like Star Wars figure displays and He-Man and GI Joe and shit like that. And of course, they don't have that now. They have like one aisle that's got like a 3-foot section. That's your Bakugan, Pokemon, all this other bullshit, and you got some Star Wars figures. They're cool. I admit it. The Black Series Star Wars figures are fucking amazing. I love them.
Oh, yeah.
But you just can't find anything. So when they did the GI Joe classified figures, I was like, fuck yeah, I gotta get these. Because these look great. No, you can't find them anywhere out here.
You can't find them anywhere because all the online toy dealers and which are, of course, all the convention toy dealers because they can't work conventions and make money, so they are all doing, Facebook and eBay and everything else. They go in and they just if there's a line out and they know a shipment's supposed to be coming into that store, they're just sitting there waiting in that aisle until they come out. And a lot of times they'll try to just if they leave the boxes in the aisle, they'll go and read the side of the boxes, and if they see if they're looking for GI Joe and they see a GI Joe box out there, they'll take their keys and they'll just rip the box open. And of course, the people working the floor come over and flip the fuck out on them.
Yeah, but they still let them buy it.
Oh yeah, they're not going to stop anybody from buying anything.
Yeah, it just kind of sucks. I mean,
which is what I hate, because I mean, I worked for Toys R Us and KB Toys and all these other stores, multiple times over the years, and I witnessed, managers when they knew something was, this is before, social media exploded, but when they knew from reading articles in actual magazines that a certain toy line was hot, or they found out that a certain figure was hot and there was one per case or something, they would just hold the whole case back and go through it. And if there were 4 or 5 of there's 4 or 5 Batmans and 7 or 8 Supermans and one Wonder Woman, they're gonna pull the Wonder Woman and hide it in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And wait for somebody to come in that's willing to pay anything for that figure, and then they ring through the figure at their price and they pay for it on their credit card, and then they make the guy give them $50 over the cost of the figure.
Shit.
Or they would actually make extra, they'd make cash in hand from dealers that would be when you get this in or that in, call me and I'll send somebody from my store right over, and you don't even open the boxes. Goes, I'll buy them straight out of your back room.
Jeez.
And that's why you couldn't get a lot of stuff, and now I used to have all the Mego figures when I was a kid. And that's my problem, because I want everything to be 1978 prices again.
Yeah, no, I get that, because I can remember, in the 80s, I could go to Walmart or whatever with my mom, see a G.I. Joe figure, new Snake Eyes or new Storm Shadow or whatever's out. And I could be like, hey, Mom, don't you owe me $3 for something I did? And she all the time, yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead and grab that. Because they were 2 something.
Yeah, $2.98.
Yeah. And now you can't touch any of these toys for, any action figure is going to be $20.
More than that now. They're up to 30.
Yeah.
$25, $30 a pop. No matter what.
Yeah. And
because all the toy companies found out that there was a huge collector's market for all this. So now they don't release action figures, they release collectibles so they can charge you more.
Yes, indeed.
Just like Big Bad Toy Store there. If you buy, say you want to buy, say they have Mandalorians back in stock, and you want to buy the Mandalorian. Well, then you go to your shipping options. Regular shipping is this much. If you want it packed and handled carefully, you have to pay extra money for the collectible level of shipping.
Oh my God, really?
And I'm like, Man, if I wasn't in a wheelchair, I would drive my truck to their corporate offices and punch that guy in the fucking throat.
It's fucked up. Okay, because when I ship, and it's not fucked up, but I mean, it's different. When I ship, everything I ship as protected as possible. Even if
Mm-hmm.
it's just one $20 print, I want you to get that $20 print that you want. And I mean, because I understand the whole reason I started doing prints to begin with was because, my originals are not cheap. And I've had so many people who are like, hey man, I get that. And I can bitch about people getting sticker shots all day long, but you know, not everybody's on the same budget. So I get that. But, rather than me sitting here selling an original that I would normally charge $300 for 50 just to kind of accommodate somebody, I can give them a print, which in many cases, sometimes the print looks even better. And when I ship out a print, even if it's only like a little $20 purchase, man, I'm protecting it. I'm shipping it flat. Half the time I'm eating half the shipping costs because the post office has decided that they've got to charge way more money now and all this other shit. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't get companies that would ship something that they know is a collectible out. I mean, what, in like a little bubble mailer or some bullshit?
Yeah, I'm like, get out of here.
No, 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 I don't think so, dude.
Well, like when Migo first came back on the scene the other year, the only place you can get them is Target. They had a Target exclusive deal.
Yeah,
Except Target didn't want to put them out. They started with the big push when they first came out, and they had their own end cap. But then the uh, the toy salesperson from Hasbro or any of these other toy lines comes in and goes, "Why do you have this stuff there?" Well, because we have an exclusive with them. So shove them at the end of an aisle somewhere. Put them in the middle or something. We should be getting this because we bring a lot more product than this into your store, and we pay you more money. And they're like, well, they do. So, and then they just kind of like, they weren't putting them out, and there were like lots of complaints going into, you know, well, you know how us nerds are. If
oh
if
yeah,
if stuff's supposed to be out and it's not out, and you show up there the day it came in on the truck, and you're like, yeah, I'm looking for these figures. Yeah, we don't have any because they don't want to do the work to put them out. And so they were getting lots of complaints and everything, and eventually it went to they ended up in I don't think Target carries them anymore. They
oh
supposedly do, but they don't, kind of thing.
yeah,
Uh,
I haven't seen them in a
Wal-
while.
Walmart has them, but they're in the collectible aisle. Most people know that as the pop aisle.
Yeah,
They give them like a few inches, enough for like 4 pegs, which is like like a like two in our cases worth of figures.
Target's got the collectible aisle now too,
Hmm.
over in the electronics
Yeah, that's the same thing that's the same as Walmart. Yeah.
Walmart. Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't mind checking both places for stuff. I buy so little collectibles anymore because it's like, there's a lot of stuff I would buy, but I mean, my priorities have changed a little bit. again. But hell, right now, man, I'd like to find some people just even would trade artwork for some stuff because I can't find it in certain places. Like trying to find a Marvel Legends Rogue. Hang it up, man. You can't find it. Any of the GI Joe figures, they're gone.
Yeah, I put up. I was going to do like a live toy sale in a group, and like 9 people immediately started like
What
DMing
you got?
me. Uh, you have any Joes? You have any Joe? And like everybody's like, I go, I have no Joes. I never collected Joes. I never gave a shit about Joes. I watched the cartoon because it was on TV for free. Same thing with the movies. Um, I think I might have. I think I might have gone to. I think I might have gone to the theater to see like the first one, and then like the rest I just all watched for free on, some streaming service or other.
Yeah. So, what stuff do you collect?
What don't I collect?
Well, obviously Joe's.
I don't collect. I don't collect the obvious. I do not collect GI Joes or Transformers. Currently, I don't. I don't collect anything because, well, I'm broke as fuck all the time. So
Shit, I hear you.
um, I've got a crap ton of comics. I've got various action figures. Uh, Years and years ago, I was collecting those really nice 13-inch DC figures.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got like a handful of them. I was supposed to get the nice Superman one that they released. Instead, I got the Brandon Roth Superman. So
Oh,
I wasn't too thrilled with that one. And so now I am the not so proud owner of 2 Brandon Roth Supermans. The
sorry,
the,
man.
the expensive 13-inch one and like the 2 foot tall one. At least the 2 foot tall one was like given to me. Uh, I actually have two out of that 13-inch line. The first one I bought was Hal Jordan, and I've been tempted for eons to open that up because there's a watch battery in the lantern. So if you twist the bottom of his lantern, it lights up.
Oh, that's cool as shit.
Yeah, which is it's wicked cool, and it's still better than that crappy movie they made. Um, he doesn't have a
Um,
mask. He doesn't have a mask on, but what they did is they made the mask a separate piece. But of course, it's like solid, so the eyes go white, and it's made so it snaps like right on the bridge of his nose,
that's cool.
and will stay on. Uh, I've got a Batman, uh, the black and gray costume. I'm like, come on, I want the blue and gray costume. Be classic. Uh, I had the Robin, and then I lost my job, and I couldn't pay for it, so somebody else bought it.
Oh shit.
But he died, so
I'm not laughing at him for dying. I'm laughing at the way you said it.
it was like, oh, he bought Batman stuff that you wanted, and he died. We used to like be like evil to each other.
Oh, you're like a rival collector.
Yeah, He's he was a regular at comics my LCS, but then he would start ordering like cases of figures from the LCS, and then there would be like a sale someplace else. Like if they opened up like the Hasbro store to the public, so instead of paying for like the cases of figures that just came in, that are like way overpriced because they came in at a comic shop, he'd run and like spend like $1,000 at the Hasbro store instead. But I think he had like I think he had like two garages full of nothing but like collectibles and action figures and accessories and stuff.
Wow.
From top to bottom. I actually have some Stargate figures. I open up a box and I go, "Oh, Stargate figures. Yeah, let's sell them." And then I found this, which is a Jack O'Neill, whatever they call like the first casting that they do.
That's pretty badass.
So, and I bought a case of like Series 1, and with that whole case with like 4 inner cases, there's like only like one of these. So it's like basically for every 4 cases, there's like one of these, which is like crazy.
That's crazy short packed.
Or, was one of those. These figures came out like 25 years ago. Ooh, I have an A-Wing.
Oh, nice. I really want. I didn't realize I wanted this until a little while ago, about a month or two. But I want that Black Series Vader helmet because I've got like a Star Wars wall in my living room with like one of the old Master replicas, Force Effects Vader sabers.
Mm-hmm.
I got it off of Facebook Marketplace for $15, man. I was like, yes.
Oh, the Black Series? You mean the toy Black Series helmet that you can put on?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to put it on, although the next time somebody, says something about make sure you wear your mask, I might just wear that. But I've got like this crazy Vader shrine that's in progress right now.
I've got it's still in the package, although it's all dusty and everything. You have to dust it off, but I've got the old Darth Vader helmet voice changer.
Oh wow!
And it still works, and it's got like a couple of buttons that just say phrases, automatic phrases.
Didn't that come? That came out during the prequels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I got that. I've got that huge, like wicked heavy Vader head puzzle, like the bust, the 3D one.
Oh yeah. I don't know why. It's just over the past year, it's become like a
thing.
A thing, yeah. Because I mean, he's always been iconic. I mean, I can remember seeing, Empire and Jedi in the theaters when I was a kid, and just the looming presence of Vader on the screen was just.
Oh yeah.
I mean, man, I always thought he was so badass.
Well, the thing that's killing me now is that like I'll go flipping, through a couple of like Facebook auctions,
Uh-huh.
of dealers that I know, and it's like everybody's Facebook auction sale will have like one or two books, and then like a big short stack of various Star Wars comics at ludicrous speed prices.
Are they Marvel or are they like Dark Horse?
Everything.
Oh wow.
Because with the announcement of like those 10 runoff Star Wars shows for D plus, pretty much everything is like key. Like Star Wars 68, the original Marvel. That's the Boba Fett cover.
Yeah.
I saw one the other night sell. It needed a press, and it was like mid to low grade. It was like a VG minus to a VG plus. $325.
Wow.
But there's so much stuff that they're making canon now. Of course, like the first appearance of Dr. Aphra is just, skyrocketing. The Kanan limited series that they did is like going through the roof because he's canon now too. So they think that he's gonna be in like one of these shows. So like certain issues are like, $50, $60, $70. And I'm like, oh my God, where's all my Star Wars stuff? I'm selling it all.
Right. So it's like a New Mutants number 98,
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I cracked up. Somebody shared a post the other day, and it was the facsimile of the New Mutants 98, where it's got the big box and it says 399 cents instead of $3.99. $3.99. Somebody took that, put it up on eBay, listed it as a rare Golden Age book or a rare Silver Age book, whichever one they listed it as. It's a lie. And everybody puts, ooh, rare, ultra rare. I'm like, no, it's not. There's millions of these things out there. But they've got the facsimile up, and there's been bids on it, and it was like at $200 with people bidding on it.
Jesus.
You're like, rare Silver Age, low print run, first appearance of Deadpool.
I'm surprised they're getting away with that.
Key issue. No, eBay don't give a fuck.
I don't know. Well, eBay, they don't care about anything as long as they get their money.
Mm-hmm. They switched everything around. It's like I started selling stuff on there, and then they're like, "Yeah, well, we gotta hold the money for like 30 days." I'm like, "Fuck you!" So until you make 25 lower 48 state sales, they hold your money for 2 to 4 weeks on every sale.
That's some bullshit.
I go, well, see, here's the problem. The money you're holding, I need to be able to buy packing materials and pay the shipping cost. And then what they did is they used to take their fee out like right away. And now they don't.
Yeah, now it's at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
They hit you with a calculated fee, and it's like, shit. Yeah.
And it was like automatically relisting these books I was trying to sell. And then like at the end of the month, without me selling anything, they whacked me like, $18. Because they were charging me every time they relisted the books. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, done with you. But I know like Linsner and his wife pulled out of eBay. They had an eBay store for like 20 years there. They pulled their eBay store off because they were like triple charging them for stuff. And
yeah, I've got an eBay store, and I'll put prints on it.
They will hold the fees and everything. They went and made an Etsy store.
Really? See, I've got an Etsy store too, but I mean, dude, I don't like Etsy because if you're not paying to promote your stuff, then you're buried. I mean, absolutely buried. So,
yeah, if you don't pay them to promote it, then nobody sees it.
Yeah. I'm adding a store to my art fan page. I mean, it's got a store on it already, but I've got to update it. The Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
People can buy prints from it. I may start putting originals on it. I was doing originals on eBay, and I got so pissed off. And it's not eBay's fault, but I mean, I ended up selling a Chester Bennington portrait I did in graphite, like $30. I was like so mad.
Like, yeah, no.
Fuck you, eBay. But I mean, it's good. Like I'll put some prints on there. This past week, some of the pinup stuff, and like the Bob Ross and Grogu print, and
mm-hmm.
The other Mandalorian that I did and stuff like that. So I mean, it sells. Some of the WWE stuff I've done, it sells. Yeah. I think I've got a Road Warriors print and a Sasha Banks and Stone Cold Steve Austin on there. But it's all right. Yeah. But I always kind of rethink it when they hit me with the fee.
Yeah, it's like, and then and they're triple dipping, because it's like, well, we're going to charge you to list it, and then we're going to charge you a commission. We get a cut when you sell it, and then we're going to, when you take the money, when you get paid from PayPal, and we're going to take even more money. And I'm like, no.
Yeah. I didn't know about Linsner taking down their eBay store, though.
Yeah. It was like a few months back. Like, he got pissed off, but of course the biggest person pissed off in that was, of course, his wife, because they've been on there selling for like over close to 20 years. They've been on there selling all their stuff.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well, we just thought up these new bullshit rules, and we're going to apply them to everybody, no matter how long they've been here.
Treating everybody like they're newbies.
Yep. and they took away all the seller protection. They gave uh, carte blanche to all the buyers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm fine like selling comics like on Facebook or you know even stupid crap on you know any of Craigslist or any of that. But eBay, hell no. Everything you put up to sell, uh, everybody wants it for like half the price of what your starting bid is, and then they want you to guarantee everything's going to be a 9.8 when they get it.
Jesus.
It's like, well, if I was going to guarantee this was a 9.8, then I would just send it in and get it graded myself, because then I could sell it to you graded for, I don't know, what's the rule? Grade a comic for $40, get it, pay CGC $40 to grade your book, and then you add $100 onto the price. I think that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
And I know my LCS has they've never used it. I'm like, well, you better call them and find out how to use that thing. It's like they don't have a CGC account. They got a CVCS account, and I'm fine with them. It's like, get away from me with the snobby. Oh, you're not going to get anything unless it's a CGC grade. I go, well, guess what? They're both like right on par with each other, back to back, except I don't have to try to like drag somebody over to a signing line to witness somebody, have somebody witness a signature. I can just be, here's some extra money.
It's taking forever for shit to get back too, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get some of the backlog. I understand. I'm not completely heartless, but damn. If I'm gonna pay $40 to get a book graded, I don't like having my shit out there like that anyway. Taking months to come back.
Well, I think like once your local shop like sends stuff out to them, and if they're sending them like more and more stuff, they'll eventually get like the fat. If they're doing like a ton of grading stuff, like my LCS won't do that because he doesn't care. But like I bought stuff. Bought stuff like all kinds of various things over the years from Steve McDonald over at Clay McDonald Comics in Illinois, and they've got the fast pass thing, and I can throw like a handful of books in a Gemini with a note in it and send it out to him. Be like, yeah, I want all these graded. Okay,
that's cool.
We got them, and then I'll have them back in like 45 days.
Good to have friends in high places,
or even low places. It don't matter. I'm one of the friends in a low place. Low.
I'm starting to feel my age all hunched over this drawing table.
Yeah, I'm feeling mine too. I'm not even hunched over. I just I cross my arms once in a while and kind of like lean in, like I can see it better. I'm like, no, it looks the same to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of wishing I'd set up like a tablet and stuff where I'm in the frame too, but honestly, I'm not that interesting. So,
but your artwork is.
Yeah, well, that's why we're focusing on it.
Well, we've been having a cool, geeky
conversation all night, so. I know. That's good too, because, I mean, it's it's hard to find people to talk to about stuff like that. You
Mm-hmm.
know, everybody's kind of a new fan, and that I'm around, and you know, I sometimes feel like I'm like Grandpa Simpson. You know, back in my day,
No, that's me.
Rogue couldn't touch Gambit. You know, that was the whole point.
Mm-hmm. Now, Rogue's going out being the pivot girl for the whole X-Men team.
Pretty much. And now she's got control over her powers. She can just touch whoever she wants, and it's all good. Like, well, damn, that kind of takes away half the story
Yeah.
to me.
Well, not just that. It destroyed like all the characters' history,
Pretty much.
like in one full swoop. It's like, what are you thinking, Hickman? Well, she's gonna get control of all her powers, and now, unless she wants to, touching her doesn't do anything. Oh,
Yeah.
and what are you gonna do with Kitty? Well, we're gonna make everybody believe that she's getting married to Peter, and then that's not going to happen. And then she's gonna die and then get resurrected. But when she gets resurrected, now she's a lesbian. And I'm like, really?
Haven't they killed her like almost as many times as they killed Jean Grey? I mean, they've killed her quite a bit.
Over the years, yeah. Well, they killed, they killed like a whole bunch of X-Men. And then when Hickman did his thing, he's like, nope, they're not dead. I just brought them all back. No rhyme or reason. Just, they're all back. Just read my story. Oh. Which pissed me off because I really loved his Secret Wars run. Where Doom took over everything, until the very end. Like his white costume. I'm like, it looked cool, like on the covers and in the book and everything. But I wouldn't want like an all white Doom action figure.
No,
because that would just be lazy.
Yeah, it might make a cool print. You you had enough going on like in the background of it.
Yeah, to set off and make him pop more.
Yeah. It's hard to draw. It's hard to make somebody in an all white costume work.
Yeah.
Although I'm going to be doing a Moon Knight soon, so we'll see if I can make that happen.
Yeah, I've got a Jason Metcalf print where he teamed up Moon Knight and Hawkman.
Oh, wow.
Not fighting each other. They're like inside of a pyramid. And, you can see Dracula standing up behind and they're fighting like all the monsters. Like there's a shit ton of mummies. And they're just like, fighting all of them.
Jeez. That sounds so badass. I'm over here wishing I'd have thought of that.
Well, let me grab my Boxo prints. Oh. I gotta move my keyboard so I can That's empty. So I can put this right here. I can show some stuff more. There it is. I'll put this one back in the box. I've got this Joe Sinat blue line that was inked by Rusty Gilligan.
Oh, nice.
And it's signed by Joe and Rusty. Oh, what do you know? I put them in backwards last time, so it's right on top.
Oh, wow. That is badass.
Let me see if I can blow myself up here. There I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit drawing.
I'm gonna quit drawing. I can't do this shit no more.
I've wanted to draw Hawkman for a while. I just, it's one of those that I'll think about it and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do a Hawkman piece soon, and then I'll forget about it, and then someone will ask me about it at a con or some shit, and it's like, oh crap, yeah, I was gonna do that.
I get this. Is
that the Joaquin Joker?
That's the Joaquin Joker. This is from eBass.
Damn.
And I bought like three eBass prints.
My kid gives me crap over Joaquin Joker all the time because, like, I have a hatred for Joaquin Phoenix. Oh wow.
I love this one. Well, I love the Hulk anyhow, but I saw this. I go, wow, that is so Lou Ferrigno.
That is gorgeous.
And
the highlights in the green are just damn.
Oh yeah. Like I would so have Lou Ferrigno sign this, except when you bring stuff in from outside and want him to sign it, he wants like $80.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous.
He's doing a signing at at a comic shop soon, and I was looking at the price list to get things signed, and yeah.
Like if you buy, you can buy like a photo off him, and he'll sign it for $40.
Mm-hmm.
Or you bring something in and he wants money for it. Here's eBass's Mando. It's a recreation from that first trailer of season 1.
Damn. That's weird because you almost never see. Okay, I mean, we know these draws men, but you just never. That's not what usually gets promoted.
Yeah, no.
It's usually his babes that get promoted, and I mean, he's insane on everything he draws. But damn, just that one, and
here's my signed Starlin print.
Oh wow.
I'm like Thanos, 2 Thanoses, and a Hulk. These are like a little bit more money because who they are, but
Oh yeah.
So they were like it was like the eBasses were like $20 a piece. And all these signed ones. That one was 40. This is my Bob Layton Iron Man 129 print.
Oh God.
That was 40. Now, if only I had an Iron Man 129 to showcase in front of this. But sadly, there's no way in hell I can afford that book.
Yeah, it's a bit up there.
And then my favorite series in the 90s was Wolfman Perez, New Teen Titans. So here's double signed Wolfman and Perez, the original artwork from New Teen Titans #1, the Baxter edition.
Oh wow.
And this was right out of George's personal collection.
He did Memphis Comic Expo the first year, not the first year that they did it, but the year before I started doing it. And I have been hoping and praying that he would come back.
He's all done.
Yeah, I think he is.
His eyesight is just shot to hell. Stuff. I miss Jericho. This team lineup was so great.
Do what?
That team lineup on New Teen Titans was so great.
Mm.
And this is one that I bought for my unappreciative daughter, so I'm just keeping it in the bottom of the pile.
Oh God, that's gorgeous.
Oh, this is Ryan Kincaid. I had a couple other pieces, so I actually bought like a few extra top loaders for prints. And I never got rid of the oops, I can't put that there anymore. Well, okay. That's fine there on the desk. I can't see anything, it's dark. I went to put it down. I go, oh no, because I've got like a stack of comics down there. Let me shut that off. I got a brick of comics down below. It's the entire first volume of Timothy Truman's Scout.
Oh yeah.
Including a bonus issue that goes into history of the land and maps and all kinds of other stuff. That was just like a separate kind of like, not an index issue, but kind of. So
it's been so long since I bought comics, man. I mean, I'm trying to get back into it, but I want some key issues. I've still got most of my nice, I won't say nice, but I'll say I've still got most of my more valuable books. I sold my New Mutants '98 because I'm just like, man, let's go ahead and get the money on that. I honestly didn't expect Deadpool to stay as popular as he did, and the way I saw it is I bought the book out of a $5 bin anyway. So, I sold it for I think about 400. It wasn't too bad. But
now you made $3.95, so well, just like I've got a very nice minty fresh uh, Teen Titans 12, which is the first appearance of the Joker Who Laughs, or
Oh, the Batman Who Laughs.
yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Joker
Yeah.
always laughs. What am I talking about? Uh, a raw copy of that is selling for like anywhere from like $1.25 to $1.50.
Yeah.
But if it's graded and it comes back a 9.8, you're looking anywhere from $850 to $1,200.
It's funny because that's another character who I just really didn't expect to stick around for long. And I don't know why, but
Yeah, he's become DC's Venom.
basically.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, yeah, the new Venom cover or the new Spider-Man cover with the
Oh, I am so over that already.
yeah.
It's so played out, and they took that one and they did the exact same thing to they're
Venom.
doing like yeah they're doing a Carnage for mini. I can't remember what they're calling the Carnage mini series, but it's not coming out for like another month or so. And of course, they did that, that web thing to that one too.
Yeah.
And the regular cover, of course, is like cover price, and that one is like $24.95. I'm like, keep it.
Yeah. It's just it's hard to pay premium prices for me for this stuff because it's like, I don't know what was the term you used earlier? Broke as fuck.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, like I used to sub to Loot Crate and the Wizard World Comic Con box,
Mm-hmm.
and I pulled some comics out of the boxes, the Wizard World boxes. I pulled a few others out like years ago, and I kept, I rebagged them and mylarred them. But Wizard World Comic Con did a reprint variant of Batman Adventures 12, and they're fairly hard to come by. They go for like $60 plus.
Really?
Yeah. I think I've got 3 of them. But like I opened Mayhew did a limited variant of a cover, so it's like after somebody else. I can't remember who. It's a Vader down cover, and it's got like Vader's helmet, and the star pattern is kind of like coming through.
Oh yeah.
And one is full color, and one is black and white, and both of them came together in like one of those Comic-Con boxes. So like that's some money. And then there was another box. It was a Supergirl box because when Supergirl first started out on TV, it was actually on CBS.
Yeah.
And CBS shit canned it. And CW grabbed it. So they around the same.
Why they shit-canned it?
CBS?
Yeah.
Because it's not a cop show. Oh, that's NBC. Sorry.
Right. With CBS, it's NCIS.
Yeah.
Well, that's a cop show
Yeah,
basically.
they're all cop shows. So
Yeah.
CBS has NCIS. Uh,
NBC's got Law and Order and all all the Chicago shows.
mhm. I really like Chicago PD though.
Oh yeah.
I like Voight just because he's an asshole. That doesn't think it's necessary to give all the drug money you seized back to the precinct.
Kind of reminds me of The Shield.
Yeah, I think that's why I like it. Yeah.
Shield was so damn good.
Yeah, my mother used to like Chickless there because she used to watch him on that show he did when he still had some hair. The Commish.
The Commish. Yeah.
She liked him on the Commish show. I go. He's like, oh, he's on the Commissioner's on that show. Yep. She watched it with me for like 5 minutes. Oh, I don't like this at all.
Yeah, no.
Boom.
It's definitely not the Commish.
Nope.
As cool as Chickless was on the show, it's about Walton Goggins, man.
Yeah.
I mean that I'll pretty much watch anything he does. Especially oh crap, what's the other show he did? Justified.
Oh yeah. I never watched that. I think I started to watch like, the first episode of that. And I was like, I think it started just like a little too slow for me.
Yeah, the first season it does that. I mean, because the first season's a bunch of kind of standalone episodes, but the second season is just great.
Like I watched the first season of this show from BBC called Luther.
Oh yeah,
and it's Idris Elba, and he's freaking awesome. Some like really bad shit happens.
I have not watched Luther yet. I've heard really good things about it, but I haven't watched it yet.
I sense that they took a couple of things from Sons of Anarchy.
Probably so.
Not like big things, but like certain scenes. I'm like, oh, SOA.
I loved SOA. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. The first episode, I did not like it. I watched it when it came on, and I just kind of, ignored the show until the second season. Right before the second season, I'd seen a couple of trailers. I was like, all right, this looks like it might actually be good. So I went back, watched the first season. Was like, holy shit, this is actually really good. So loved it for a number of seasons. And then it just kind of took this giant left turn that didn't make any sense at all. and it just kind of just screwed with the characters a lot. And sometimes that gamble pays off, and this it did not. So I was kind of done. So I tell everybody, it's like just watch it until like the end of season 5, and then call it a day. Yeah. And it was one of those shows that had a really terrible season or series finale.
Yeah. The whole, I'm going to go out like my father, and I'm just going to drive his motorcycle head on onto a trailer.
Right. Driven by Michael Chiklis.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it. They can't all be Breaking Bad, but, still. Breaking Bad was as close to a perfect finale as you could get.
Yeah, I didn't like the movie that followed it up.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. For me, what made Breaking Bad, honestly, was Cranston.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, at that time, I really just knew him from Malcolm in the Middle.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, this is going to be kind of cool. Let's see the dad from Malcolm in the Middle as a meth cook. Sounds preposterous. You're like, no, I can't co-sign that. But sure enough, it worked.
Oh, yeah, that's rad, dude.
Do what?
That's rad.
Oh, this guy?
Yeah.
Thank you. I went a little too orange in the background. I'm like, oh, shit.
Right, now I got to blend and do more work. What the fuck?
Yeah. Damn it, I wish it would just come out right. I like putting grimy backgrounds behind people, especially something like this where the guy's like in some shiny ass armor.
Mm.
Yeah. Because you figure on the show, a lot of where he's at is pretty grimy.
Oh, yeah. Just about every place he's at is grimy.
Yeah. Freaking Tatooine and shit.
But now, I loved the end of the show, but I also hated it. Because I'm like, how long are we waiting for the next season? And then the mid-credit stupid thing came on with the Book of Boba.
Yeah.
Continued next December. Motherfuckers!
Yeah.
And because the biggest thing was, oh, you can't give her the dark saber. She has to win it from you in combat.
But that didn't stop her from taking it before when Sabine gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck?
I think it's because he defeated her before. So she wanted to kill him and take it back.
Mm. And how good is Giancarlo Esposito on that show?
Oh, man. He's such a prick in everything he's in. It's great.
Yeah. Like he escapes and opens up some intergalactic fried chicken places.
I love that meme, too. He goes, they show like the front of a fast food place, like in the top frame. Goes, if you ask for the manager because they fucked up your order, and this guy comes out and they show him,
yeah,
just turn around and leave.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I don't have any issues. Yeah.
But I emptied all those subscription box things into minus the books and stuff into like one big bin, and it like filled the friggin' thing up. So now like I
Oh,
have like an entire bin of just like you know little little things to sell on the toy auction site.
all the ones from like Loot Crate and stuff.
Yeah, I got some cool Marvel stuff in there though. Plus all those stupid T-shirts.
I got to admit, the T-shirts are what got me because I was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead. I think it was the Joker and Loki one was the first one I got.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, all right, y'all got me. I'm going to go ahead and get this
I
box.
don't know if I still have that one. That might have been what my kid like raided my closet a few times.
Yeah, they do that.
And like stole some of my shirts. Like she went to Marble on Ice with her mother, and I'm like, I go, oh, you got to wear, something cool. And she was looking for like some cool Marble shirts, and I had bought the Marvel Fan Club edition pop box with Hulk, so it's like the big giant oversized one, and it's a redo. They made the pop so it's like a remake of Hulk 1. So, big gray Hulk in the background and little banner in front.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, I thought it was coming with that, and that they said I could have sworn I misread it because they said with the recreation of Hulk #1 included. I didn't know they were talking about the pop. I thought they were doing like a variant, like reprint of Hulk #1.
Uh-huh.
And there was no comic in there, and I got like all pissed off. But there was like a really rad Hulk T-shirt in there that was just like it was the cover of Hulk 1, but it was the cover of Hulk 1 as pops.
It still sounds pretty badass.
Yeah, but she wanted to wear that, and then she like I've got a cool like Hulk hoodie. I got the hoodie back, but she stole the T-shirt, and I'm always like, goes, oh, it's downstairs. I'll put it in with the laundry, and you'll get it back. You never get anything back from her. Oh my god.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, I understand.
I was like, I've never gotten anything back from you. She's like, you got your dick back. I go, that's because you've got 9 more in your nightstand drawer.
That's rough.
She lives by the waterfront, like down by like the inlet where the ocean comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say like 15 years ago, I brought my daughter over there to drop her off for a visit, and low tide was in, and she comes out to my truck, and I'm like, is it low? I go, is it low tide? Or are you having another not so fresh day? You're an asshole. I go, yeah, but I'm a funny asshole.
At least I'm consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always funny. The exchanges between me and my ex. Starts out with her asking me something completely unreasonable, and when I react completely, how one would react
Mm-hmm.
to that.
Founded in, how you react, founded in reality.
Yeah. Why are you so mean to me? Well, let's think about that. Let's address this question.
I love how a lot of women will use the word mean, as a weapon against any guy.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the actual meaning of how they're using the word is, why can't I get my way?
How dare you?
We've seen through your bullshit already.
How dare you exhibit self-esteem?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and think for yourself. What, you mean you're not falling for my gaslighting bullshit anymore? What?
Mm-hmm.
No. Sorry, dear. I'm not. Probably weird doing something upside down because you're like, all right, I know I'm going to have to look at it here in a minute.
At some point, I'm going to have to turn this around and look right side up.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. But it's like anytime I draw Spider-Man, especially in that kind of, anytime I channel Todd McFarlane and try to get all crazy with the pose, it's a lot of, flipping it back and forth.
Spinning it around.
Yeah.
Well, at least you were doing it upside down, but it was right side up to me. So I was like, oh, cool. I can see his head this time.
I'm a giver.
Oh, let's not put that sentence together now.
Isn't that Steph Wilson's new catchphrase? He's a giver.
Yeah, that's why his girl's always at the clinic. He's a giver. Sorry, Steph.
Yeah.
I forgot we're still rolling.
That wasn't me. I gotta say though, honestly, I freaking love his work.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
his cover that he did for Belial 2.
Yeah.
I was like drooling over that image, and I used it in the picture. The image. I used that image, like the middle of that image, for the show that I was going to interview Chuck about, Belial 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I got double flagged on YouTube.
Oh yeah. I think I saw you post something about that.
Yeah, YouTube hates boobs.
Yeah, well,
Like you could show bare ass titties like on a stream, but if you have it in the JPEG for a show that you haven't even done yet, they told me I was, showing nudity and sexual situations in the video
standards.
In the video that you posted. I go, I didn't post a video. I scheduled it like a week in advance, and like 3 days into the schedule, it's like boom, boom. And because when I do these, they simulcast to my YouTube channel, Outright Geekery's YouTube channel, and Outright Geekery's Facebook page. So you got a flag on the OG page, got a flag on my page, and I'm like, what the hell? So I deleted it and had to use like a different image, and I put it back up, and it was like, oh, okay, we're fine. You took the boobs down. I'm like, oh, you assholes.
He was doing these winter themed like sweater girls, and God, man, he just did one that, you know, I was like, just damn. I was like, man, I really want that. I don't know why. And then of course I think somebody got it on his live stream or something. And
Oh, the heavy metal one.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because he put it on his Instagram stories, and I clicked a little hard on it, and then I sent him a message on his Instagram stories. I go, oh man, that's awesome. This would look great on my wall. Thanks. Haha. Sold. I'm like, all right.
It's
not that I had the money to buy a heavy metal, sketch cover off of Steph, or off of anybody.
I would just like a blank sketch cover of heavy metal, but that's just me. But then again, I gotta start getting some other artist stuff, man, because it's like, I need to help support the people. They're just dying for my money. But I've got a small list of artists that I really want their stuff.
Mm.
Get some Don McTeague.
Oh yeah.
Some Linsner. He's done Memphis Comic Expo before too. And,
isn't he from down there now?
I don't know.
He's from the middle of the country somewhere now. I can't remember where now. I have his Harley diorama, as they call it now.
Hartley's one that just kind of faded a little bit in popularity. And there for a while, it's like you could do no wrong if you were drawing Harley. Now she's just kind of, she's not the thing anymore.
No, Punchline came through and just kind of like, wah, wah.
I don't really like Punchline.
I haven't even read all that stuff yet. So
I haven't read it, so I mean I really can't judge it. I just don't really like the design of the character. But I mean
I don't think she's going to be a long run character anyhow.
No, probably not.
I think she came through just to flip Harley into being a superhero. And then, in 6 months, she'll be like, I miss Mr. J. And she'll turn around and be, a bad guy again.
It's hard to tell where they're going to go with her. Because, I don't know, that movie Birds of Prey just didn't do.
Oh, God. Garbage. I'm sorry. Birds of Prey is Oracle, Huntress, and Black Canary.
Show is.
Anything else is bullshit and a poser.
Right. Well, they were looking for an excuse to give Harley a movie. And that wasn't a good one, but they still used it.
Mm-hmm. It was like, and instead of DC trying to follow stuff that Marvel did, they followed stuff that Fox did.
Someone needed to give him the memo that Fox didn't do too well with their Marvel stuff.
Yeah, I know, right?
That, 'cause that's been the thing. Like my kids will ask me, they're like, what do you think the MCU is going to do? No, they don't have Captain America and Iron Man and stuff anymore. And I'm like, first off, I wouldn't say that Captain America and Iron Man are really gone.
No, because there's already a big thing out there that he is going to return to being Captain America. So they're gonna pull the old. I aged. Something happened and I aged, but the super soldier serum mutated, and now I'm back to myself again.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're gonna do, and I wouldn't be surprised if they brought Black Widow back too. But from what I understand, Tony's gonna be hologram Tony on the Ironheart series, which I guess, yay, great.
Yeah.
I know Hemsworth is going to be Thor forever and a day. He'll be Thor until they just transition him into Odin.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm looking forward to is just seeing what they do with the X-Men, because it'd be nice to see an actual good X-Men movie.
Well, there's been some scuttlebutt that what's his name that played Daredevil on the Marvel Netflix show was in costume over on the Spider-Man set.
Oh yeah, and I can remember watching
Charlie Cox.
When I watched Far From Home with my kid, I told him, I was like, that could be the best way to bring Daredevil into this. As soon as Mysterio outed Peter Parker, I'm like, I bet he needs a lawyer. But supposedly he's going to be on She-Hulk too. So that might be kind of cool.
We'll have to see. Every time I turn around, I keep hearing that. Oh, Hulu's canceled Hellstorm.
Did they?
I keep seeing stuff saying that, but I haven't seen anything, for sure
official?
on that. Yeah, nothing official yet. But
they were supposed to be getting a bunch of Marvel shows. Like they were going to have an animated Howard the Duck and a MODOK show and stuff like that. So
I think the MODOK thing was just is just part of the MCU shorts on D+. I know they canceled Ghost Rider.
Oh, the Ghost Rider show?
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good because Ghost Rider rides a motorcycle. He doesn't drive a freaking car.
Thank you. If it's not Johnny Blaze or even Dan Ketch, I don't care about it.
Mm-hmm.
I had heard that Norman Reedus.
Yeah, it was kind of cool when they did the new fake Ghost Rider with his car on like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And people said, that was awesome. Shouldn't they do this on a TV show? I go, no, see, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. ruined Ghost Rider, and they also ruined the Inhumans.
God, I didn't watch it. I couldn't.
I did, and I kind of liked it,
Really?
except
I
for
could,
her.
Medusa?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what stopped me from watching it. I couldn't get past that.
it's
And I
like
mean,
the hair was terrible, and she is too butch and ugly to be playing Medusa. The best thing. Well, I like Crystal, but I think the best thing about the show was the dog.
Lockjaw.
Lockjaw was great. Didn't screw up his lines. Didn't have any.
And right now, I'm just doing some little, just stuff on the wall, just to kind of give it some texture.
A little bit here and there.
Yeah, you just kind of zone out and give it a little, you know, little fluid crap thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty late. We've been going like 4 friggin' hours.
Have we?
Yeah, over 4 hours. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Shit.
I didn't realize that. Damn. 1:30. Well, man, I actually got to call it a night.
Yeah, it's late. You got to get the kids up for school in the morning.
Yeah. I'm already a pain in the ass to wake up in the morning. Oh, well, man, I appreciate you having me on, and
Yeah.
especially as the inaugural guest on Talking and Drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a blast. We get to hang out for way longer than CromCon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this
Dude.
was like opening the entire opening night of CromCon.
Wow. Pops is going to be like, damn it.
I'll tell him, I go, dude, you got to go back and watch the episode. He'll put it on and go, how long's this show? I go, well, I didn't intend for it to go that long.
We can edit for content, but I've never live streamed drawing on Facebook before. So I was actually thinking about starting to do it. So now I'm going to definitely do it.
First time for everything.
Right. I just need somebody to read comments and crap because, yeah, it kind of comes down to walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time.
Oh, that's easy. I can do that.
And I'll have to get some different rigging to hold things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
well, what do you think, man? You think it's going to work?
yeah, that came out awesome.
Cool.
And there's no baby ganja, so
yeah. Yeah, because the show's The Mandalorian, not Baby Yoda or Grogu or whatever you want to call it.
yeah. So, all right. Well, thanks for coming on, dude. I'm gonna cut this off, and I think we're both going to sleep.
It sounds like it. All right, bud.
Yep. All right.
Have a good night.
Thanks, man.